Hello everyone, and welcome to the fictional vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto was the sage who healed the cursed blood of the vampires. Naruto x Krul Tepes, Seraph of the End. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Naruto. Crimson Sage. Chapter 1. The Crimson Sage. The crimson chandeliers cast elongated shadows across Sanguinum's Grand Council chamber, their light reflecting off the polished marble floors in blood-red pools. Third progenitor Krul Tepes sat motionless on her ornate throne, one leg crossed over the other, her delicate fingers drumming an irregular rhythm against the armrest, the only outward sign of her growing impatience. Farid Batori, she spoke, her childlike voice carrying an authority that silenced the assembled nobles instantly. You claim to have evidence of humans developing new weapons against our kind. Present it, or stop wasting the council's time with your theatrics. The silver-haired seventh progenitor swept into an elaborate bow, his perpetual smile never reaching his eyes. My queen, always so direct, it's one of your most charming qualities. He produced a small metallic device from his coat. This was recovered from a human research facility in Shibuya. Their scientists are attempting to. A sudden tremor interrupted him, vibrating through the chamber's foundations. Wine glasses shattered. Several younger vampires stumbled. The tremor intensified, transforming into a sustained quake that dislodged ancient stonework from the vaulted ceiling. What is this? Krul demanded, rising from her throne as the air itself seemed to distort at the center of the chamber. The space between the assembled nobles began to warp and twist, reality folding in on itself like crumpled paper. Light bent around the anomaly, creating prismatic fractures in the air. A high-pitched whine built to painful levels, forcing several vampires to cover their sensitive ears. Guards, Krul commanded, maintaining her composure even as the phenomenon expanded. The elite vampire guards rushed forward, weapons drawn, forming a protective ring around their queen. The distortion reached critical mass, then imploded with a thunderous crack. Where empty space had existed moments before, a young man now stood. He blinked, disoriented, brilliant blue eyes scanning the chamber with rapid assessment. Spiky blonde hair framed a handsome face marked with 6 distinctive whisker-like markings. His attire was unusual, black and orange with a red sage cloak bearing black flame patterns along its hem. A headband with a stylized leaf symbol rested across his forehead. For 3 heartbeats, perfect silence reigned. Then chaos erupted. Secure the intruder, roared the captain of Krul's guard. 8 vampire soldiers converged on the stranger, moving with preternatural speed. The blond man's eyes narrowed slightly, the only indication he'd registered the threat at all. He moved. What followed defied comprehension. The stranger didn't simply fight the guards, he owed through them like water through stones. Each vampire strike met empty air as he pivoted, ducked, and weaved with inhuman reflexes. No wasted movement, no hesitation, just perfect, economical motio. And that left his attackers striking phantom images. Enough, he said, voice calm despite the circumstances. I'm not here to fight. A guard lunged with his sword. The blonde caught the blade between 2 fingers, stopping it cold. The vampire's eyes widened in shock. No human possessed such strength or speed. I said, the stranger repeated, his voice hardening, I'm not here to fight. With a casual flick of his wrist, he disarmed the guard, the sword clattering across marble tiles. Another guard attacked from behind. Without looking, the stranger sidestepped, caught the vampire's arm, and redirected his momentum, sending him crashing into 2 of his companions. Farid Batori watched with undisguised fascination. How interesting, he murmured, eyes glittering. He's neither human nor vampire. Something else entirely. The chamber's massive doors burst open as reinforcements arrived, 20 elite guards armed with enchanted weapons specifically designed to combat supernatural threats. Krul raised her hand. Wait. The stranger stood at the center of the chamber, completely relaxed despite being surrounded by hostile vampires. His posture conveyed neither fear nor aggression. Only alert readiness and surprising calm. You've invaded the sovereign territory of the vampire nation, Krul addressed him directly. Identify yourself. The young man turned to face her, NK. Krul felt something she hadn't experienced in centuries, genuine surprise. His eyes held power, certainly, but not the malevolence she expected. There was something ancient in that gaze, something that reminded her of forces beyond even the progenitor's understanding. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," he answered. "I'm not entirely sure how I got here, but I mean no harm." He glanced around the chamber. "Though I'm guessing from the fangs and red eyes that you're not exactly regular humans, are you?" A ripple of indignant murmurs spread through the assembly. "You stand before the vampire queen Krul Tepes, ruler of Japan." One noble vampire informed him haughtily. "Show proper respect, creature." Naruto's expression remained neutral. "No disrespect intended. Where I come from, we don't have vampires. At least, not real ones." "And where exactly do you come from?" Krul inquired, leaning forward slightly. Something about this stranger, this Naruto, piqued her curiosity in ways she hadn't felt for centuries. His blood smelled different, richer, more potent, with something ethereal woven through it that she couldn't identify. "Konohagakure, the village hidden in the leaves," Naruto answered. When his response elicited only blank stares, he added, "I'm guessing that doesn't exist here. The last thing I remember, I was studying ancient scrolls about dimensional travel. There was a surge of natural energy and then..." He gestured to the chamber around him. "Dimensional travel," Farid repeated, his smile widening. "How fantastically absurd," says the vampire, Naruto countered with a slight smirk. Several guards tensed at his disrespectful tone, but Krul raised her hand again, stilling them. "What are you?" she asked directly. "You're not human. Your blood scent is unusual." Naruto considered her question. "I'm human, but I'm also a shinobi, a ninja. And I'm a Jinchuriki, which means I carried a tailed beast inside me. I'm also a sage." He paused, then admitted, "though that probably doesn't mean much to you." Quote, "Demonstrate," Krul commanded, curiosity fully engaged now. "Show us this power we sense within you." Naruto hesitated, calculating risks. These beings were powerful. He could sense that much, but his instincts told him they weren't immediately hostile, merely cautious. After years of dealing with the Akatsuki and Kagaya, his threat assessment had become remarkably accurate. "All right," he agreed. "But no one attacks me, understood?" Krul nodded once. Naruto closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they had transformed, toad-like with rectangular pupils. Orange pigmentation surrounding them. The change was subtle but profound. The air around him seemed to vibrate with invisible energy. "This is Sage Mode," he explained. "I'm drawing in natural energy from the world around me, balancing it with my physical and spiritual energies to create Senjutsu chakra." The assembled vampires murmured in confusion and wonder. Many stepped back instinctively, sensing a fundamental shift in the stranger's capabilities. "Chakra," one noble questioned. "Life energy," Naruto simplified. "Everyone has it where I come from. We learn to manipulate it for various techniques." To demonstrate, he held out his hand. A swirling sphere of visible energy formed above his palm, rotating with incredible speed yet perfectly contained. The light it cast was neither the harsh electric glare of human technology nor the warm flicker of flame, something altogether different that made several vampires shield their sensitive eyes. "Rasengan," Naruto stated, "a technique created by my father." Krul descended from her throne dais, approaching the phenomenon with undisguised interest. The guards moved to intercept her, but she waved them aside impatiently. "I've existed for over 2,000 years," she said, circling Naruto with analytical precision. "I've witnessed human civilization rise and fall, seen technologies bloom and wither, observed countless phenomena both natural and supernatural." She stopped directly before him. "Yet I've never encountered anything quite like you, Naruto Uzumaki." She was small, appearing no older than 13 despite her ancient age, with long pink hair that contrasted sharply with her crimson eyes. Despite her childlike appearance, the power radiating from her was unmistakable. She carried herself with the absolute authority of one accustomed to unquestioned rule. "The feeling's mutual," Naruto replied honestly. "I've met many powerful beings, but your energy signature is unlike anything in my world." A vampire noble stepped forward, his face contorted with suspicion. "My queen, this creature could be a human weapon." The livestock might have developed new methods too. Livestock? Naruto interrupted, his brow furrowing. You mean humans? The noble sneered. What else would they be? Something shifted in Naruto's demeanor. The easy confidence remained, but a harder edge emerged in his eyes. Where I come from, we don't refer to people as livestock. You are not where you come from, the noble retorted. Here, humans are cattle, nothing more. Naruto's jaw tightened. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. You have no authority to. Enough. Krul, Krul commanded. Your limited imagination bores me. She returned her attention to Naruto. Dispel your technique. I wish to speak with you further. But not while you channel this energy. Naruto complied, allowing the Rasengan to dissipate and releasing his sage mode. His eyes returned to their natural blue. Several vampires visibly relaxed once the strange energy signature diminished. My laboratory is better suited for a detailed conversation, Krul decided. Guards, escort our guest. Ensure his comfort and safety. The underlying threat in her tone was clear, harm him at your peril. The council meeting, began one noble, is adjourned, Krul finished with finality. Ferret, bring your evidence to me privately. The rest of you are dismissed. The nobles dispersed reluctantly, casting suspicious glances at Naruto as they departed. Only Ferret lingered, his calculating gaze fixed on the stranger with undisguised interest. What a marvelously unexpected development, he remarked, approaching Naruto with exaggerated cordiality. I'm Ferret Batori, 7th progenitor. I do hope we'll have opportunity for extensive conversations. Naruto met the vampire's gaze steadily. Something about Ferret reminded him uncomfortably of Orochimaru, the same predatory assessment masked behind false pleasantry. I'm sure we will, Naruto replied neutrally. Ferret's smile widened fractionally. Until then, he bowed with theatrical flourish before departing. As the chamber emptied, Krul gestured for Naruto to follow. Your arrival is fortuitously timed. Naruto Uzumaki. Our world stands at a precipice, and I suspect you may play a significant role in what comes next. I usually do, Naruto replied with a hint of weary acceptance. Though rarely by choice. That drew a genuine smile from the vampire queen, small and fleeting, but real. Few worthy of greatness choose their destiny, she observed. It finds them regardless. As they exited the council chamber, Naruto observed their surroundings with heightened awareness. Sanguinum was a marvel of architecture, a subterranean city built within a massive cavern. Illuminated by that same crimson light that seemed to emanate from crystalline structures embedded in the stone walls. The structures combined modern elements with medieval aesthetics in a strange hybrid that reminded him somewhat of a megacar. Humans in white uniforms moved through the streets below, their expressions subdued. Many bore small scars on their necks. Children were particularly numerous, all wearing similar collared uniforms. Your city is impressive, Naruto commented carefully. It serves its purpose, Krul replied. Protection from the sun above and the dangers that now roam the surface world. What happened? In this world, I mean. Krul's expression darkened. Arrogance happened. Human arrogance specifically. They tampered with forces beyond their comprehensio. And unleashed a plague that destroyed most of their civilization. We vampires emerged to maintain order and preserve what remained of humanity. By treating them as livestock. Naruto questioned, unable to keep the edge from his voice. Krul cast him a sideways glance. Would you prefer they devolved into savagery and extinction? We provide protection, shelter, order. In exchange, they provide blood. It's a symbiotic relationship. From where I'm standing, it looks pretty one-sided. Then you're not standing in the right place, she countered smoothly. But we can debate ethics another time. I'm more interested in your capabilities and their potential applications. They descended a spiraling staircase hewn directly into the bedrock. Unlike the ornate architecture above, these passages were utilitarian, illuminated by modern lighting. The contrast was jarring. This facility predates the catastrophe, Krul explained, noting Naruto's observation. It was a human research laboratory originally. We repurposed it. The laboratory complex was extensive, multiple chambers filled with equipment both familiar and utterly alien to Naruto. Researchers moved between workstations, some human, others clearly vampire. All wore similar white coats. They entered a central chamber dominated by a circular platform surrounded by monitoring equipment. Glass cases containing various ampoules lined the walls, biological specimens, technological components, and what appeared to be weapons. Lacus, Krul addressed a vampire monitoring one of the stations. Prepare for a blood analysis. The vampire named Lacus looked up, surprise registering when he noticed Naruto. My queen, is this our visitor? Yes, Krul confirmed. I want a complete workup, comparative analysis against human, vampire, and, she paused. Considering the Seraph samples. Lacus's eyes widened. The restricted samples, but the protocols, are suspended by my direct order, Krul finished, her tone brooking no argument. Naruto watched this exchange with growing wariness. I haven't agreed to any blood samples. Krul turned to him, her expression calculating. You arrived in my domain through mysterious means, possessing unknown powers. Cooperation would demonstrate your claimed peaceful intentions. Or I could demonstrate those intentions by not breaking your scientist's arm when he approaches me with that needle. Naruto countered, nodding toward Lacus, who had indeed prepared a syringe. A tense silence fell over the laboratory. The guards flanking them shifted positions subtly, preparing for potential conflict. Unexpectedly, Krul laughed, a genuine sound of amusement that seemed at odds with her regal bearing. You have spirit, Naruto Uzumaki. Very well. She turned to Lacus. The sample can wait. Prepare the observation chamber instead. Lacus bowed and hurried to comply. You're very protective of your blood, Krul noted as they proceeded deeper into the facility. Is there something special about it beyond what you've shown us? Naruto considered his response carefully. After years of being hunted for the Nine Tails, caution had become second nature when discussing his unique physiology. Where I come from, blood can contain power, memories, even sealed techniques, he explained. In the wrong hands, it can be dangerous. Fascinating, Krul murmured. Here, blood is primarily sustenance. Though progenitor blood carries certain properties. They entered a large circular chamber with observation windows along one wall. The center contained various sting apparatus and what appeared to be combat training equipment. This facility studies the relationship between vampire blood and human biology, Krul explained. The catastrophe I mentioned altered human physiology in unexpected ways. Some humans developed resistance to vampire conversion. Others exhibited unusual reactions to vampire blood. And you want to see how I react, Naruto deduced. Among other things, Krul acknowledged. Your energy, this chakra, interests me greatly. Its signature resonates with certain phenomena we've observed but never fully understood. A younger vampire entered carrying a sealed container. He set it reverently on a table before backing away with a deep bow. Krul approached the container, entering a complex code into its locking mechanism. What I'm about to show you is known to only a handful of vampires within our entire society. The container hissed open, releasing a plume of supercooled air. This sample was taken during the earliest days of the catastrophe. She withdrew a vial containing a substance that appeared, at first glance, to be ordinary blood. Yet as Naruto looked closer, he noticed subtle anomalies. The liquid seemed to shift and move with unnatural patterns. Tiny luminescent particles suspended within it. This is the original vampire blood, Krul stated. Before it stabilized into our current form. We call it primal blood. Naruto sensed something immediately. A malevolent energy emanating from the vial. Not chakra, but something analogous. Something corrupt. There's something wrong with it, he observed. It's tainted somehow. Krul's eyes narrowed with interest. You can sense that without instruments. Impressive. She studied the vial. Yes, vampire blood carries what some might call a curse. It transforms humans into our kind. But the process is imperfect, violent, painful, with considerable loss of the original personality. It reminds me of something from my world, Naruto said, memories of the cursed seal surfacing. We had seals that could corrupt chakra, twist people's nature. And could these corruptions be reversed? Krul asked, a new intensity in her voice. Naruto recognized the question's significance. Sometimes. It depended on the seal, the person, and how long they'd been affected. He studied the vial more closely. May I? After a moment's hesitation, Krul handed him the vial. The moment the glass touched Naruto's fingers, his senses heightened. The corruption within the blood became clearer, a chaotic energy pattern that distorted what should have been a natural flow. Years of experience with tailed beast chakra, nature energy, and various forbidden techniques had given him unique insight into energy manipulation. Almost instinctively, Naruto channeled a minuscule amount of his chakra into the vial. The reaction was immediate and startling. The blood illuminated from within, the corrupted patterns visibly recoiling from his chakra-like shadows fleeing light. Where his energy touched, the blood briefly returned to a more natural state before the corruption reasserted itself. "What did you do?" Krul demanded, her composure slipping for the first time. Naruto stared at the vial in fascination. "I barely did anything, just introduced a small amount of my chakra. It's reacting to the natural energy component, I think." Krul seized the vial, examining it with intense scrutiny. The molecular structure shifted temporarily. The corruption patterns retreated by 7.3% before reverting. She looked up at Naruto with new eyes. "Do you understand what this means?" "That my chakra can temporarily counteract whatever's corrupting vampire blood," Naruto surmised. "But it's not permanent." "Not yet," Krul corrected, a calculating gleam in her eyes. "But, this is the first positive interaction we've ever documented. Nothing in 8 centuries of research has produced even this minimal effect." A new tension filled the air, not hostility, but the electric anticipation of discovery. The laboratory staff had stopped their work, all attention focused on the exchange between their queen and the mysterious visitor. "You're hoping I can help cure vampirism," Naruto realized. "That's why you're suddenly so interested." Krul's expression revealed nothing. "And if I am?" Naruto considered the implications. If vampire blood was indeed corrupted rather than inherently evil, similar to how the tailed beasts had been misunderstood and misused, then perhaps he could help. It aligned with his fundamental belief in healing rather than destroying whenever possible. "I'd need to understand more about what vampirism actually is in this world," he said carefully. "Where it came from, how it works. And I'd need guarantees about how any potential cure would be used." "Cure?" Lacus interrupted, alarm evident in his voice. "My queen, surely you're not considering—" "Silence," Krul commanded, her attention never leaving Naruto. "Your concerns are noted." The subtext was clear. This discussion had profound political implications within vampire society. Naruto had stumbled into something far more complex than a simple scientific curiosity. "Perhaps we should continue this conversation privately," Krul suggested, returning the vial to its container. Naruto nodded, sensing the shift in atmosphere. As they exited the laboratory, he noticed the guard's posture had changed, more alert, more protective of Krul. Whatever had just happened held significance beyond what was immediately apparent. They traveled via an elaborate elevator system, ascending through multiple levels of the underground city. Unlike the utilitarian laboratory, the upper levels displayed increasing opulence, ornate architecture reminiscent of European Gothic style merged with distinctly Japanese elements. Eventually, they reached what appeared to be Krul's private quarters, a spacious chamber combining the functionality of an office with the comfort of living space. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over the cavern city, providing a commanding view of Sanguinum. "Your guards seem nervous," Naruto observed as the doors closed behind them. "With good reason," Krul replied, moving to a sideboard where she poured a dark liquid into a crystal glass. "What transpired in the laboratory could be interpreted as treason by certain factions within our society. Becca, you're looking into curing vampirism." "Because I'm acknowledging the possibility that our condition could be considered something requiring a cure," she clarified. "The Progenitor Council maintains that vampirism is our natural, superior state. The official doctrine holds that we evolved beyond humanity, not that we were cursed." Naruto leaned against a marble column, observing her carefully. "But you don't believe that?" Krul sipped her drink. "Blood, presumably, though it had an unusual iridescent quality. What I believe is irrelevant. What matters is proof, evidence, capability." She fixed him with those penetrating crimson eyes. "And you, Naruto Uzumaki, just provided the first tangible evidence that vampire blood can be altered at the fundamental level. Which makes me either very valuable or very dangerous. Depending on who's making the assessment," Naruto concluded. "Precisely." Krul set down her glass. There are those among us who would destroy you simply to prevent the possibility of change. Others would attempt to exploit your abilities for political advantage. A few might genuinely desire healing, particularly the younger vampires who still remember their humanity. And where do you stand? Naruto asked directly. Krul's expression revealed nothing. I stand where I've always stood, with the long-term survival of my kind as my primary concern. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you'll get for now, she replied. Trust is earned, Naruto Uzumaki, not freely given. Particularly when the stakes are this high. Naruto couldn't argue with that logic. After all, he wasn't being completely forthcoming either. He hadn't mentioned the 9 tails, his connection to the other tailed beasts, or the full extent of his 6 paths powers. Fair enough, he conceded. So what happens now? Quote, Krul moved to her desk, activating a holographic display that materialized above its surface. Complex diagrams appeared, molecular structures, energy patterns, and historical data. Now we determine the full extent of your capabilities and their compatibility with our physiology, she answered. I'll assign you quarters, laboratory access, and appropriate escorts. You'll be treated as an honored guest, not a prisoner, provided you continue to cooperate. And if I want to leave, explore this world on my own terms. Krul's smile held no warmth. I wouldn't advise it. The surface world is more dangerous than you realize, and human authorities would likely dissect you if they discovered your abilities. I can take care of myself, Naruto stated, not as a boast but as simple fact. I don't doubt it, Krul acknowledged. But navigating the political landscape requires more than combat prowess. Without understanding the factions at play, you'd be manipulated into becoming someone's weapon within days. She wasn't wrong. Naruto had learned the hard way that physical strength meant little without strategic awareness. Walking blindly into an unfamiliar world's politics would be foolish. 2 weeks, he proposed. I'll stay and cooperate with your research for 2 weeks. In exchange, you provide complete information about this world, historical records, current political structures, maps, everything. No sanitized versions or propaganda. I want the truth. Krul considered the offer, her ancient eyes calculating probabilities. Acceptable, with one condition. You will provide blood samples for analysis, under your direct supervision. No sample leaves your site, and you may destroy it once testing is complete. It was a reasonable compromise. Agreed. Excellent. Krul pressed a button on her desk. Arrangements will be made immediately. In the meantime, perhaps you could demonstrate more of these chakra techniques. Their applications could be significant. Naruto hesitated. Revealing too much too soon would be strategically unwise. I think we've had enough demonstrations for one day. Besides, some techniques require explanation to fully understand their significance. Krul studied him with renewed interest. You're more politically adept than you initially appeared, Naruto Uzumaki. Very well. Rest. Acclimate to our environment. We'll continue tomorrow. A soft knock interrupted them. The doors opened to reveal a female vampire with long silver hair and a formal military-style uniform. Ah, Chess, Krul greeted her. Perfect timing. This is Naruto Uzumaki, our distinguished visitor. He'll be staying with us for at least 2 weeks. Please arrange appropriate accommodations in the diplomatic wing. Chess. Bell examined Naruto with undisguised curiosity. Of course, my queen. Will there be specific security protocols? Standard diplomatic courtesy, Krul specified. Our guest is not to be harassed, monitored without authorization, or restricted in his movements within approved areas. Her tone hardened slightly. Ensure all personnel understand these directives come directly from me. Chess bowed. As you command. As Naruto prepared to follow his new escort, Krul spoke again. One last thing, Naruto. While you're in Sanguinum, I would advise discretion regarding what you witnessed in the laboratory. Not everyone shares my scientific curiosity. The warning was clear. Understood. Until tomorrow, then. Krul returned her attention to the holographic display, effectively dismissing them. Chess led Naruto through elaborate corridors, occasionally casting inquisitive glances his way. Unlike the guards, her demeanor was more curious than suspicious. So, she finally ventured, you're not human or vampire. What exactly are you? It's complicated, Naruto replied with a small smile. Let's just say I'm from somewhere very different. You must be something special, Chess observed. I haven't seen the queen this interested in anyone since, she trailed off, apparently reconsidering her words. Since. Nothing important, she deflected smoothly. Here we are. The diplomatic wing houses visiting nobles from other vampire cities. You're the first non-vampire to stay here in, well, ever. The accommodations were luxurious by any standard, spacious rooms decor, aided with antique furniture and modern amenities in strange juxtaposition. Large windows overlooked a central courtyard where an artificial garden grew under specialized lighting. Impressive, Naruto commented, taking in the opulence. The queen spared no expense, Chess noted. Whatever you are, she considers you important. Or dangerous, Naruto added. Chess laughed lightly. With Queen Krul, those are often the same thing. She gestured to a communication panel near the door. This connects directly to staff. Anything you need, information, sustenance, entertainment, just ask. Within reason, of course. Of course, Naruto echoed with a hint of irony. After Chess departed, Naruto conducted a thorough examination of the rooms, checking for surveillance devices or hidden entrances. His years as a shinobi had ingrained certain security protocols that were second nature now. He found 3 monitoring devices, 1 audio in the main room, 1 visual in the entryway, and another combination device in the study. All sophisticated but detectable to someone with his sensory abilities. He left them untouched. Their presence was expected, and disabling them would only create unnecessary suspicion. Once satisfied with his assessment, Naruto moved to the center of the main room and sat cross-legged on the plush carpet. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, centering himself. This new world presented both challenge and opportunity. The vampire blood reaction to his chakra was particularly interesting, reminiscent of how the tailed beasts had responded to his unique energy signature. If vampire blood truly carried a corruption similar to a curse seal, perhaps the healing techniques he'd developed during the war could be adapted. He extended his awareness, sensing the energy patterns of Sanguinum. The city pulsed with unfamiliar rhythms, not chakra as he understood it, but something analogous. The vampires radiated cold, controlled energy signatures, while the humans projected warmer, chaotic patterns. Beneath it all lay something else, a deep, ancient power embedded in the very foundations of this realm. Naruto opened his eyes, his resolution solidified. Whether this dimensional displacement was accident or destiny, he would approach it as he had every challenge, with determination, compassion, and his own unwavering nindo. First, understand, he murmured to himself. Then heal what can be healed. Beyond his windows, the crimson lights of Sanguinum flickered, casting blood-red shadows across a world poised on the edge of transformation. Chapter 1 End Naruto, Crimson Sage. Chapter 2, Blood and Chakra. Morning arrived in Sanguinum without sunlight. Instead, the underground city's illumination shifted subtly, crimson hues warming to simulate dawn. Naruto stood at his chamber windows, observing the city's awakening rhythm. Vampire guards changing shifts moved with mechanical precision. Human children emerged from dormitories in neat rows, their Y.K. uniforms immaculate despite the circumstances of their captivity. His quarters in the diplomatic wing offered an excellent vantage point for studying this strange society. The previous day's event still felt surreal. Dimensional displacement, vampire nobility, corrupted blood. Yet Naruto had faced enough extraordinary situations to adapt quickly. He'd spent hours in meditation, processing this new reality and planning his approach. A soft chime announced a visitor. The door slid open to reveal Chess Bell, the silver-haired vampire who had escorted him yesterday. Good morning, she greeted with formal politeness. Queen Krul requests your presence at the research facility. Have you acclimated to your accommodations? Well enough, Naruto replied, turning from the window. Though I'm not used to such luxury. In my world, ninjas typically sleep wherever the mission takes them. Chess's expression reflected curiosity. Ninja, you mentioned that yesterday. Is that some form of warrior caste? Something like that, Naruto answered, following her into the corridor. Shinobi serve their villages, undertaking missions ranging from mundane tasks to combat operations. He smiled slightly. Though I doubt you'd recognize our methods. We utilize chakra rather than physical strength alone. This chakra, it's the energy you demonstrated yesterday. Chess inquired as they entered an ornate elevator. Yes, it's the combination of physical and spiritual energy, shaped through training and discipline. Naruto studied her reaction. Do vampires have something similar? Chess considered the question. We possess certain abilities beyond human capacity: strength, speed, regeneration. Higher progenitors command unique powers. But nothing quite like what you described. The elevator descended rapidly through Sanguinum's levels. Unlike yesterday's journey, Chess took him through a different route, one that offered glimpses of vampire society beyond the political chambers. The Y past residential areas where vampires engaged in surprisingly ordinary activities: reading, conversing, even what appeared to be artistic pursuits. I expected more. Naruto hesitated, seeking the right word. Bloodthirsty savagery. Chess supplied with sardonic amusement. Common misconception. Vampires are far more civilized than humans portray us. Bloodlust exists, certainly, but control defines nobility. They passed a courtyard where younger vampires trained in combat techniques, elegant movements emphasizing their preternatural speed and strength. Naruto observed their practice with professional interest, mentally cataloging their capabilities. Their form is impressive, he noted, but predictable, too reliant on superior physical attributes rather than strategy. Chess glanced at him with newfound respect. An astute observation. Most humans see only a blur of movement, not the tactical patterns. She lowered her voice slightly. It's a persistent weakness in our military doctrine. Queen Krul has attempted reforms, but tradition runs deep among immortals. This casual insight into vampire politics intrigued Naruto. Chess seemed unusually forthcoming compared to yesterday's guarded interactions. Either she had been instructed to establish rapport, or she possessed her own motivations for sharing information. How long have you served Krul? He asked casually. 327 years. Chess answered without hesitation. She elevated me after I distinguished myself during the Mediterranean campaigns. The casual reference to centuries of service reminded Naruto of the fundamental differences between this world and his own. Even the longest-lived ninja, the first Hokage, Madara Uchiha, perhaps Orochimaru with his body-switching techniques, measured their lives in decades. Not millennia. That's quite a service record, Naruto commented. Chess's expression softened slightly. The queen rewards loyalty appropriately. Despite her reputation for ruthlessness, she protects those who serve her well. She cast him a sideways glance, which makes her interest in you all the more significant. Before Naruto could respond, they arrived at the research facility. Unlike yesterday's formal entry through the main laboratory, Chess led him through a side entrance that bypassed the common research areas. The corridor narrowed, security increased, and the ambient temperature dropped noticeably. Restricted section, Chess explained as they passed through multiple security checkpoints. Only the queen and her most trusted researchers have access. The laboratory beyond the security doors contrasted sharply with the ornate architecture above. Clinical white surfaces, advanced technological equipment, and sterile processing chambers create an environment more reminiscent of a modern research facility than a vampire stronghold. Krul Tepes stood at a central workstation, examining holographic projections with intense concentration. Her diminutive stature belied the authority she projected. Several senior researchers hovered nearby, awaiting her assessment with visible nervousness. The molecular destabilization continues at an accelerated rate, she was saying as they entered. Containment protocols are barely maintaining integrity. She stopped, noticing Naruto's arrival. Perfect timing. With a gesture, she dismissed the researchers, who departed with relieved haste. Chess took position by the door, effectively becoming an honorary guard rather than an escort. You slept well, I trust? Krul inquired, her tone conversational despite the clinical surroundings. Well enough, Naruto replied, studying the holographic displays. The complex molecular structures rotated slowly, highlighting areas of deterioration in pulsing red. Though I spent most of the night meditating rather than sleeping. New environments require adjustment. A disciplined approach, Krul observed. Most visitors to Sanguinum experience disorientation for days. She gestured to the display. Your small chakra infusion yesterday produced unexpected complications. Naruto moved closer to the projections, examining the molecular structures more carefully. The blood sample is breaking down. Accelerated degradation began approximately 4 hours after exposure, Krul confirmed. The corrupted elements initially retreated as you observed, but then began self-destructing rather than reverting to dormancy. Like an immune response, Naruto murmured, drawing parallels to medical ninjutsu principles. The corruption recognizes foreign energy and triggers self-destruction protocols rather than risk complete purification. Krul's eyebrows rose slightly. An insightful analogy. You have medical training. Some, Naruto acknowledged. Not formal training like our medical ninja, but I've developed healing techniques through necessity. He chose not to elaborate on the source of that knowledge, his connection to Kur. Amma and the other tailed beasts had granted him unique healing capabilities even beyond typical shinobi medicine. Krul manipulated the display, zooming in on a particular molecular cluster. This ray, Seishin suggests intelligent design rather than natural evolution. The corruption contains failsafe mechanisms against external interference. The implications were significant. In Naruto's experience, such sophisticated defensive measures indicated conscious creation rather than random mutation. The vampire curse increasingly resembled a deliberately engineered condition. You mentioned progenitors yesterday, Naruto recalled. The original vampires. What do you know about how they were created? A subtle tension entered Krul's posture. Our historical records are incomplete. The first progenitor emerged millennia ago. Whether through divine intervention, evolution, or something else remains debated. Her crimson eyes narrowed slightly. Though your observations lend credence to certain heterodox theories. Theories you subscribe to, Naruto surmised. Krul's smile was tight. Let's just say I maintain an open mind regarding our origins. She switched off the holographic display. But theoretical discussions must wait. The sample degradation presents immediate concerns. She moved to another workstation where a sealed containment unit housed the vial from yesterday, the primal blood, as she had called it. The substance had visibly changed, darker veins spreading through the previously uniform liquid. We have limited quantities of original samples, Krul explained. Each loss represents irreplaceable data. If we're to continue experimentation with your chakra, we need a more stable methodology. Naruto considered the problem. The issue might be the indirect application. When I infused chakra yesterday, I wasn't directing it with specific intent. He approached the containment unit. With your permission, I'd like to try something more precise. Krul studied him momentarily before nodding. The containment unit hummed as security protocols disengaged, allowing access to the specimen within. Naruto removed the vial carefully, holding it between his palms. What are you attempting? Krul inquired, moving closer to observe. Medical ninjutsu requires precise chakra control, Naruto explained, focusing his concentration. Instead of general chakra infusion, I'll try a diagnostic technique first, mapping the energy pathways within the blood without disrupting them. He closed his eyes, channeling chakra with delicate precision. Unlike yesterday's demonstration, this technique involved minimal energy, just enough to sense without altering. The corrupted blood responded immediately, its energy signature becoming perceptible to Naruto's trained senses. Interesting, he murmured. The corruption isn't uniform. It follows specific channels through the blood structure, almost like a parasitic network. Can you visualize it? Krul asked, her scientific curiosity evident. Naruto nodded, maintaining his concentration. The corruption forms a lattice structure, interconnected but with distinct nodes. Some areas remain relatively untouched. His brow furrowed. There's something else, a resonance pattern underlying the corruption. Something familiar. The resonance reminded him of something he'd encountered before, a specific chakra signature he couldn't immediately place. Not malevolent like Kagaya's, but powerful, ancient. I need to try something, he decided. A different approach. Instead of standard medical techniques, Naruto drew upon the Six Paths chakra, the unique energy he had gained during the war. He channeled the smallest possible amount, directing it toward one specific node in the corruption network rather than the entire sample. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The targeted node illuminated with golden light, the corruption retreating like shadows before dawn. Unlike yesterday's temporary effect, this retreat appeared more stable. The node's structure fundamentally altered rather than temporarily suppressed. Extraordinary, Krul whispered, her composure momentarily forgotten. The molecular structure is actually reconfiguring. Naruto maintained the technique for several seconds before carefully withdrawing his chakra. The node remained stable, purified rather than degraded. It worked, he observed. Studying the partial transformation. Targeted application prevents the immune response. Krul took the vial, examining it with naked fascination. The implications are significant. She looked up at him, her ancient eyes calculating possibilities. This technique, can it be applied on a larger scale? Theoretically, Naruto answered cautiously. Though the energy requirements would increase exponentially with sample size. And I'd need to understand more about the corruption's fundamental nature before attempting complete purification. Of course, Krul agreed, returning the vial to its containment unit. This justifies establishing a formal research protocol. She activated a communication panel. Lacus, prepare Laboratory 7 for extended experimentation. Priority clearance, restricted access. She turned back to Naruto, her expression revealing nothing of her inner thoughts. I propose daily sessions to explore your capabilities systematically. We'll begin with controlled samples before progressing to more complex applications. The clinical detachment in her tone raised Naruto's suspicions. You mean living subjects eventually? Krul didn't deny it. Complete understanding requires comprehensive testing. But we'll proceed at a pace you find ethically acceptable. That concession surprised him. You're being unusually accommodating. I'm being pragmatic, Krul corrected. Your cooperation cannot be forced. It must be earned. Besides, she added with a slight smile, in 8 centuries of research, you're the first to demonstrate viable purification. Scientific curiosity alone justifies patience. A different approach than Naruto had expected. He had anticipated manipulation or coercion, standard tactics when dealing with potential weapons. Instead, Krul offered partnership, albeit one constrained by her own agenda. Before we proceed further, Naruto said, I'd like more information about this world. Our agreement mentioned complete disclosure. So it did, Krul acknowledged. Follow me. She led him deeper into the facility, past laboratories and into what appeared to be an archival section. Unlike the sterile research areas, this chamber contained physical records, books, scrolls, and preservation cases housing ancient documents. Our historical archives, Krul explained, normally restricted to senior progenitors, but your unique situation warrants exception. The archive impressed Naruto with its scope, millennia of vampire history preserved with meticulous care. Scrolls dating back to ancient civilizations shared space with modern digital storage systems. The preservation techniques rivaled anything in the Hidden Leaf's secured archives. Krul approached a central table where a projection system activated at her touch. A global map appeared, highlighting various regions in different colors. Current geopolitical boundaries, she explained. Red indicates vampire-controlled territories, blue shows human-resistant strongholds, and gray represents uninhabitable zones. The map revealed a drastically altered world. Nearly 60% appeared in red, with scattered blue enclaves primarily in what Naruto recognized as Japan. Parts of North America, and isolated European regions. The gray areas formed disturbing patterns across formerly populous areas. What happened? Naruto asked, studying the devastation patterns. Human arrogance, Krul replied, her voice carrying the weight of ancient memory. Approximately 8 years ago, an organization called the Hyakuya sect conducted forbidden experiments combining viral engineering with supernatural elements. They believed they could create human weapons against vampires. Her expression darkened. Instead, they released something far worse. The projection shifted, showing historical footage of cities consumed by fire, strange creatures attacking civilians, and societal collapse occurring with terrifying speed. The apocalypse virus, as humans called it, spread globally within weeks, Krul continued. It killed most adults while leaving children largely unaffected. The resulting chaos, millions of orphaned children, infrastructure collapse, governmental dissolution, created unprecedented vulnerability. And vampires seized the opportunity, Naruto concluded. We restored order, Krul corrected firmly. Humanity stood on the brink of extinction. We established safe zones, implemented rationing systems, and preserved human knowledge that would otherwise have been lost. The projection changed again, showing vampire forces establishing underground cities and collecting surviving children. Preserved them as livestock, Naruto observed, unable to keep the edge from his voice. Krul's eyes flashed with momentary irritation. An imperfect solution to an impossible situation. Would you prefer we had allowed them to starve, to be consumed by the monsters roaming the surface? There are always alternatives to exploitation. Easy judgment from someone who wasn't there, Krul retorted. But I didn't bring you here to debate ethics. She manipulated the controls, zooming in on Japan. This region houses the strongest human resistance, the Japanese Imperial Demon Army. Unlike most survivors, they maintained military cohesion and technological capability. The projection displayed military formations, advanced weaponry, and what appeared to be supernatural combat techniques. They've developed weapons specifically designed to combat vampires, Krul explained. Cursed gear, demon-possessed equipment that grants enhanced capabilities to human soldiers. Quote, Naruto studied the footage with professional interest. The weapons resembled certain forbidden techniques from his world, contracts with supernatural entities in exchange for power. Dangerous, corrupting, yet undeniably effective. These demons, what's their origin? Another consequence of human tampering, Krul answered. The apocalypse virus weakened barriers between dimensions. Entities that previously couldn't manifest gained access to our world. The parallels to his own world's conflicts were striking. Humans making dangerous bargains with supernatural forces. Catastrophic consequences, and endless cycles of violence. Some patterns, it seemed, transcended dimensional boundaries. And these forces are currently at stalemate. Naruto asked, examining the territorial boundaries. An unstable equilibrium, Krul confirmed. Both sides possess weapons capable of mutual destruction. The humans with their cursed gear and experimental technologies. Vampires with progenitor strength and centuries of strategic experience. She shut down the projection. Which brings us to your arrival. An unknown variable with unique abilities could fundamentally alter this balance. The implication was clear. Both sides would view him as a potential weapon, something to be controlled or destroyed. I'm not interested in becoming anyone's military asset, Naruto stated firmly. Yet your abilities have obvious applications, Krul observed. Particularly this purification technique, if applicable to vampire blood on a larger scale. She left the sentence unfinished. But the implications hung between them. A method to purify vampire blood could represent either salvation or extinction for her kind, depending on how it was implemented. That's why the political implications concern you, Naruto realized. Some vampires would see this research as existential threat, while others might view it as liberation, Krul added. Many younger vampires remember their humanity and struggle with the transition. Some would welcome purification if it preserved their immortality while removing the less pleasant aspects of our condition. And the progenitors, where would they stand? Quote, Krul's smile held no warmth. Firmly against any change to the established order. Power, once obtained, is rarely surrendered voluntarily. She moved to a different section of the archives, retrieving an ancient leather-bound volume. This manuscript dates from the earliest period of recorded vampire history. It contains references to a condition preceding modern vampirism, a transitional state where immortality existed without bloodlust. She handed the book to Naruto, who examined it carefully. The text was unfamiliar, written in a language he didn't recognize. But the illustrations proved informative, depicting beings with vampire-like characteristics engaged in seemingly normal activities among humans. You believe this state could be restored through purification? Naruto surmised. I believe possibilities should be explored, Krul answered diplomatically. Regardless of established doctrine. A pragmatist then, rather than a revolutionary. Interesting. Naruto returned the book, considering the complex motivations at play. Krul's interest in purification research suggested personal stakes beyond scientific curiosity, yet she revealed nothing of her deeper objectives. Your candor is appreciated, Naruto said, though I suspect you're sharing selected truths rather than complete disclosure. That drew a genuine laugh from the vampire queen, brief but surprisingly melodious. Perceptive. Complete disclosure rarely serves strategic interests. Her expression sobered. But I've provided more truth than falsehood, which is more than most would offer a stranger with your capabilities. Fair enough. Naruto hadn't revealed everything about his own abilities either. The nature of the Six Paths chakra, his connection to the tailed beasts, the full extent of his sage powers, these details remained his to disclose when appropriate. Let's continue with the research then, he decided. Though I maintain ethical oversight on all applications. Agreed. Krul said without hesitation. Laboratory 7 has been prepared. We'll establish baseline parameters for your purification technique before attempting variations. They exited the archives, returning through the winding corridors to a different section of the research complex. Laboratory 7 proved smaller than the main facility but more specialized, equipped with advanced diagnostic equipment and enhanced containment systems. Lacus, the vampire researcher from yesterday, awaited them with barely concealed excitement. My queen, preparations are complete as requested. The samples are ready for testing. A series of sealed containers lined the central workbench, each containing blood samples of varying composition. Holographic displays above each container showed molecular structures and energy signatures. We've prepared a progression series, Lacus explained. Starting with standard human blood as control, then recently turned vampire blood, century-old vampire blood, and progenitor samples of increasing potency. Naruto approached the samples, extending his senses to evaluate their energy signatures without physical contact. The progression was immediately apparent. Each sample exhibited increasing complexity in the corruption network, with progenitor blood containing additional structural elements absent in younger vampire samples. The corruption evolves over time, he observed, adapting to the host rather than remaining static. Correct, Krul confirmed. The longer a vampire exists, the more thoroughly integrated the corruption becomes. Progenitors develop unique adaptations based on individual characteristics, which means purification techniques would require customization, Naruto concluded. No single approach would work universally. A complication we anticipated, Lacus acknowledged. We've developed monitoring systems to track energy interactions at the molecular level. He indicated the diagnostic equipment surrounding the workbench. Whatever technique you employ, we can document its precise effects. Naruto considered his approach. Standard healing techniques would likely prove insufficient given the complexity of the corruption. Medical ninjutsu focused on accelerating natural healing processes rather than fundamental transformation. This situation required something more specialized, perhaps elements of the sealing techniques he had refined during the war. I'd like to start with the recently turned sample, he decided. The corruption should be least entrenched there. Lacus activated the containment field around the specified sample, creating a controlled environment for experimentation. Naruto positioned his hands on either side of the field, channeling chakra with precise control. I'll begin with a diagnostic scan similar to yesterday's procedure, he explained. Then attempt targeted purification of specific nodes in the corruption network. Krul moved closer, her scientific curiosity evident. Focus on the primary binding sites first. They represent the initial infection vectors. Naruto nodded, concentrating on the task. His chakra penetrated the containment field, interacting with the blood sample in carefully controlled waves. The holographic display above the container responded immediately, highlighting the interaction points in pulsing blue. Fascinating, Lacus murmured, monitoring the readings. The energy signature is unlike anything in our database. Neither demonic nor angelic in nature, yet containing elements reminiscent of both. The diagnostic scan revealed what Naruto had suspected. The corruption in recently turned blood followed simpler patterns, with fewer defensive mechanisms than the ancient sample from yesterday. The network consisted of primary nodes connected by energy channels, creating a parasitic structure that redirected the blood's natural properties. Ready for targeted application, Naruto announced, focusing his chakra more precisely. This time, he drew upon a specific aspect of his Six Paths power, the creative energy that had allowed him to regenerate Kakashi's eye during the war. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The targeted corruption node glowed golden as Naruto's chakra engaged directly with its structure. Unlike yesterday's partial effect, this application achieved complete transformation, the node's energy signature shifting from parasitic to harmonious within seconds. Remarkable, Krul whispered, studying the transformation. The corruption isn't simply suppressed, it's being converted into a stable alternative configuration. Naruto maintained the technique, gradually expanding its focus to connected pathways. The purification spread through the network like ripples in water, each converted node facilitating the transformation of its neighbors. Within minutes, nearly 30% of the sample had been purified. Energy expenditure? Lacus inquired, monitoring the diagnostic equipment. Sustainable, Naruto answered, though he felt the drain on his reserves. The technique required precise control rather than raw power, but maintaining that precision over extended periods would prove challenging. Though complete purification of even this small sample would require significantly more time. The conversion pattern appears self-sustaining once initiated, Krul observed. A catalytic approach would be more efficient than complete manual conversion. An insightful suggestion that aligned with Naruto's thinking. If he could establish conversion parameters and initiate the process, perhaps the purification would continue naturally rather than requiring constant chakra application. Worth testing, he agreed, adjusting his technique. Instead of continuing the broad conversion, he focused on creating a stable catalyst point, a seed of purified energy program to replicate its pattern autonomously. The approach showed immediate promise. The catalyst point glowed with sustained luminescence, gradually extending purification tendrils without Naruto's direct input. The process moved slower than active conversion but continued independently when he withdrew his chakra completely. Self-sustaining purification confirmed, Lacus announced, excitement evident in his voice. Estimated completion time for this sample, approximately 4 hours. And without the degradation effect observed yesterday, Krul added, studying the molecular display. The purified sections remain stable. The breakthrough exceeded Naruto's expectations. While complete purification of a living vampire would require far more complex techniques, this proof of concept demonstrated fundamental viability. The corruption could be converted rather than simply destroyed, transformed into something harmonious rather than parasitic. Let's test the century-old sample, Naruto suggested, buoyed by the initial success. The second sample presented greater challenges. The corruption network exhibited more sophisticated defensive mechanisms, actively resisting the diagnostic scan. Naruto adjusted his approach, using subtler chakra patterns to map the structure without triggering resistance. More complex integration, he noted. The corruption has adapted to the host-specific biology, creating symbiotic relationships with normal blood functions. Precisely why older vampires exhibit greater stability and power, Krul explained. The initial conversion is chaotic, but over time, the corruption optimizes its integration. This sample required a different approach. Rather than direct conversion, Naruto utilized a technique inspired by Kurama's chakra cloak, creating an energetic overlay that gradually influenced the underlying structure without triggering defensive responses. The method proved effective but considerably slower. After 20 minutes of sustained effort, only about 5% of the sample showed purification effects. The catalyst approach also encountered resistance, with the autonomous conversion proceeding at roughly 1/4 the speed of the previous sample. The efficacy decreases exponentially with corruption age, Lacus observed, documenting the results. Extrapolating from these results, a vampire of several centuries would require weeks or months of sustained treatment. Krul finished the calculation. Impractical for widespread application but viable for individual cases under controlled conditions. Naruto released the technique, conserving his energy. While not an insurmountable challenge, the resistance demon strated by older corruption suggested limits to practical application. Complete purification of ancient vampires might prove prohibitively difficult without more efficient methods. The progenitor saw, MPLE will likely exhibit even greater resistance, he predicted. Perhaps we should postpone that test, Krul suggested, studying him with analytical precision. You've expended considerable energy already. The observation was accurate. While not approaching his limits, Naruto had utilized specialized chakra techniques requiring precise control over an extended period. Even with his exceptional reserves, such efforts took their toll. A reasonable precaution, he agreed. The progenitor sample represents a significant escalation in complexity. Lacus documented the results while Krul studied i.e. the ongoing purification process in the samples. The success, while qualified, represented unprecedented progress in vampire blood research. These results justify expanding our research parameters, Krul decided. Lacus. Prepare proposals for living subject testing. Recent converts only, voluntary participants, with comprehensive monitoring protocols. Yes, my queen, Lacus acknowledged, barely containing his excitement. The medical implications alone are revolutionary. If the bloodlust aspects could be selectively purified while maintaining immortality benefits. Focus on proven assaults before hypothesizing applications, Krul cautioned. And ensure absolute confidentiality. This research remains classified at the highest level. The political implications remained unspoken but understood. Knowledge of viable purification techniques would create shockwaves throughout vampire society, threatening established power structures and challenging fundamental doctrines about vampire nature. You mentioned potential resistance from progenitors, Naruto noted as they left Lacus to his documentation. How would they respond to definitive proof of purification viability? Krul led him to a private conference room adjacent to the laboratory, securing the door before responding. The progenitor council would likely demand immediate cessation of all research and your elimination as a potential threat. The blunt assessment didn't surprise Naruto. Power structures rarely welcomed transformative change, particularly when that change threatened their foundational mythology. And you, he pressed. Where do your interests truly lie in this research? Krul studied him for a long moment, her ancient eyes calculating odds and outcomes. Eventually, she seemed to reach a decision. Follow me, she said. There's something you should see. Instead of returning to the main laboratory complex, Krul led him deeper into the restricted section, past security checkpoints requiring her direct biological verification. The temperature dropped further as they descended, the architecture transitioning from modern research facility to what appeared to be much older construction. Few have access to this level, Krul explained as they passed through heavy blast doors. What I'm about to show you is known to perhaps 5 individuals in our entire society. The implications are clear. She was offering unprecedented trust, either as genuine cooperation or calculated risk. Either way, the represented significant escalation in their relationship. The chamber the blast doors contrasted sharply with the technological sophistication above. Ancient stone walls carved with elaborate symbols surrounded a central platform where a single stasis pod hummed with power. The pod's design combined modern cryogenic technology with what appeared to be ritualistic elements, runes etched into the metal surface glowing with faint blue light. This is Krul Tepes, Krul said, approaching the pod with unexpected gentleness. My brother. Naruto moved closer, examining the pod's occupant. A young boy, appearing no older than 12, floated in suspension fluid. His features shared Krul's delicate structure, though his hair was lighter, almost white rather than pink. Most notably, he didn't register as vampire to Naruto's senses. His energy signature exhibited something altogether different, neither human nor vampire, but containing elements of both alongside something alien. He's not a vampire, Naruto observed. No, Krul confirmed, her hand resting on the pod's surface. He's something far more complex, a Seraph hybrid. The term meant nothing to Naruto, but the significance was clear from Krul's tone. This wasn't merely family preservation, the boy represented something fundamentally important to vampire society or history. The Hyakuya experiments I mentioned, Krul continued, weren't simply viral engineering. They attempted to create human weapons using angelic genetics, specifically, the genetic material of beings called Seraphs. Angels, Naruto questioned, struggling with the concept. While his world contained powerful spiritual entities, nothing directly equivalent to religious angels existed in shinobi theology. Extra-dimensional entities of immense power, Krul clarified. The experiments succeeded partially. My brother was transformed, but the process proved unstable. He exists in permanent suspension, neither fully human nor fully seraph, unable to maintain consciousness without degrading into madness. The pieces connected in Naruto's mind. And you believe my purification techniques might help him. Your energy signature shares certain harmonics with seraph patterns, Krul confirmed. When you demonstrated purification yesterday, I recognized potential compatibility. Her motivation suddenly clarified. Not political advantage or scientific curiosity, but something far more personal, the desperate hope of saving her brother after centuries of failed attempts. How long has he been like this? Naruto asked softly. 800 years, Krul answered, ancient pain evident in her voice. I've tried everything. Progenitor blood treatments. Demonic contracts, even forbidden rituals from civilizations long forgotten. Nothing stabilized his condition. 8 centuries of searching for a cure, an obsessio. Spanning longer than most civilizations existed. Naruto understood such determination. Hadn't he pursued Sasuke with similar relentlessness, refusing to abandon hope despite repeated failures? I can't promise anything, Naruto said honestly. Seraph genetics are completely unfamiliar to me. I'm not asking for promises, Krul replied. Merely possibility. If your techniques can purify vampire corruption, perhaps they might address Seraph instability as well. A reasonable hypothesis, though fraught with unknowns. The purification techniques Naruto had demonstrated focused specifically on vampire blood corruption. Applying similar methods to fundamentally different biological systems carried significant risks. I'd need to understand his condition more thoroughly before attempting any intervention, Naruto said. Complete medical history, previous treatment approaches, detailed genetic analysis. All available, Krul assured him. 8 centuries of documentation, every attempt meticulously recorded. Her dedication impressed Naruto. Despite her ruthless reputation and political calculation, this represented something genuine, a sister's unwavering commitment to saving her brother, regardless of cost or time. This explains your willingness to risk progenitor disapproval, Naruto observed. The purification research isn't just scientific curiosity, it's a potential path to saving Ashura. Krul didn't deny it. Political power means little compared to family. Everything I've built, every position I've secured, all ultimately serves this purpose. The revelation TRA.NS fermed Naruto's understanding of Krul's character. Not simply a calculating queen maintaining control, but someone driven by deeply personal motivation, using her position and resources in service to something beyond mere power. I'll help if I can, Naruto decided. Though I maintain my ethical conditions. No unwilling test subjects, no exploitation of results for military applications. Acceptable, Krul agreed immediately. Ashura's condition requires specialized approach regardless. The broader purification research provides foundation, but his treatment would necessitate customized techniques. She activated a console adjacent to the stasis pod, bringing up comprehensive medical data. These records contain everything we know about Seraph physiology, the specific modifications applied to Ashura, and all previous treatment attempts. The information was overwhelming. Centuries of research compiled into dense medical terminology and complex genetic analyses. Naruto would need time to process even a fraction of the data. This will take considerable study, he acknowledged. And I'm not a medical specialist by training. Take whatever time necessary, Krul said. The research facilities remain at your disposal. Lacus can provide technical assistance for interpreting specialized data. She hesitated, then added something unexpected. Thank you for not dismissing the possibility outright. Most would consider his condition hopeless after so many failed attempts. I don't believe in hopeless cases, Naruto replied simply. His entire life had been built on defying impossible odds, refusing to surrender when conventional wisdom dictated acceptance. Everyone deserves someone who won't give up on them. Something shifted in Krul's expression, a momentary softening of her ancient eyes. A rare perspective in our world. Particularly among immortals who've witnessed countless cycles of futility. Before Naruto could respond, an alarm sounded, 3 short pulses followed by a sustained tone. Krul's demeanor changed instantly, royal authority replacing personal vulnerability. Security breach at the eastern perimeter, she announced, moving to a communication panel. Report. Human military forces detected approaching Sanguinum's outer boundary, reported a tense voice. Approximately 15 soldiers, moving with stealth capabilities. They appear to be Demon Company, elite units equipped with cursed gear. Containment status. Perimeter guards are tracking but maintaining distance per protocol. Awaiting your orders. Krul considered the situation rapidly. Deploy chess and horns units for observation only. No engagement without direct threat. Enhance city shields and prepare evacuation protocols for livestock areas. Understood, my queen. She turned to Naruto, her expression unreadable. It seems our neighbors have noticed something unusual. The timing suggests they're aware of your arrival. That was fast, Naruto observed. Your security has a leak. Several. Undoubtedly, Krul acknowledged without surprise. Information of this significance rarely remains contained. The question is which faction informed the humans, and what exactly they were told. Naruto extended his senses, reaching beyond the facility's confines. With concentrated effort, he could detect distant chakra signatures, or this world's equivalent. Approximately, immediately 2 kilometers from their position, multiple signatures displayed the distinctive patterns he now recognized as human soldiers equipped with supernatural weapons. They're moving carefully, he reported. Reconnaissance formation, not attack positioning. 15 individuals as reported, plus what feels like non-human entities bound to them somehow. The cursed gear demons, Krul confirmed. Bound supernatural entities granting enhanced capabilities. They're most effective weapons against our kind. She studied him with renewed calculation. This presents an opportunity. Direct OBS. Observation of human military capabilities would benefit your understanding of our world's balance of power. The suggestion wasn't subtle. Krul wanted him to witness human forces firsthand, likely hoping their methods would appear less ethical than vampire governance. I could intercept them, Naruto offered. Non-confrontationally. Just to establish contact and understand their intentions. Too risky. Krul decided after brief consideration. Without context, they'll assume you're allied with vampires simply by your presence in Sanguinum. Better to observe their movements and intentions before direct contact. A reasonable assessment, though Naruto suspected Krul's caution stemmed partially from desire to control his first impression of human forces. Information control represented significant advantage in potential negotiations. Their commander is female, Naruto noted, focusing his sensory abilities. Strong chakra signature, though different from the others. More integrated with her weapon somehow. Krul's expression sharpened with interest. Detailed description. Naruto concentrated, pushing his sensory abilities to their limits. Young, perhaps 16 or 17. Lavender hair, small build but strong energy projection. Her weapon registers as scythe-like. Shinoa Hiragi, Krul identified immediately. Youngest daughter of the Hiragi family, Japan's most powerful remaining bloodline. She commands an elite squad despite her age. The immediate recognition suggested detailed intelligence on human military structure. Not surprising for a ruler as methodical as Krul, but notable nonetheless. The Hiragi family leads the demon army. Naruto asked, gathering context. They control the Japanese Imperial Demon Army, yes, Krul confirmed. A military dictatorship effectively, though they maintain pretense of civilian governance. The current head, Kurto Hiragi, is particularly ruthless, willing to sacrifice thousands for strategic advantage. Again, Naruto noted the calculated information sharing. Krul emphasized human leadership's negative aspects, likely to influence his perspective before direct contact. They're approaching the outer security perimeter, Naruto reported, maintaining his sensory focus, moving more cautiously now. They've detected your observation units. Expected, Krul acknowledged. Chess knows to remain visible to be detected without appearing threatening. Standard protocol for assessment scenarios. The strategic discipline impressed Naruto. Despite her personal motivations regarding Ashura, Krul clear. Lee maintained comprehensive command protocols for various contingencies. What's your recommendation? Krul asked unexpectedly. From a tactical perspective, how would you handle this incursion? Question represented a shift, acknowledging his strategic expertise rather than treating him as merely a research asset. Whether genuine respect or calculated flattery, the change was significant. Based on their movement patterns, they're gathering intelligence rather than preparing assault, Naruto analyzed. I'd maintain observation distance, allow them limited access to non-critical areas. Hena range. Accidental discovery of misleading information. Krul's eyebrows raised slightly. Feed them controlled misinformation rather than engaging directly. Interesting approach. In my experience, denying information often creates more suspicion than providing carefully selected truths, Naruto explained. Let them discover something significant enough to satisfy their commanders without revealing anything genuinely important. A sophisticated strategy, Krul approved. Different from our standard protocols, but potentially more effective. She activated the communication panel again. Chess. Modify surveillance pattern. Implementation Protocol 7.3, Variant C. Prepare document package Delta for potential interception. The coded instructions likely matched Naruto's suggestion. Adapted to existing security frameworks. The efficiency of implementation suggested similar strategies had been employed previously. They've stopped advancing, Naruto reported, sensing the human squad's changed formation. Establishing defensive position approximately 1.7 kilometers from central Sanguinum. Appears they're setting up longer-term observation rather than immediate infiltration. As expected, Krul nodded. Their operational patterns typically involve extended reconnaissance before direct action. They'll maintain position for 24 to 48 hours, gathering sensor data and environmental readings. She moved to a strategic display, activating a topographical map of Sanguinum and its surroundings. Red indicators showed vampire defensive positions, while a blue cluster represented the human squad. This position offers minimal strategic advantage, Krul observed. Limited sight lines to city access points, compromised withdrawal routes. An experienced commander like Shinoa Hiragi wouldn't choose it without specific purpose. They're not there for the view, Naruto agreed. That position optimizes detection equipment range while maintaining escape options through the eastern ravine. He focused more intently, pushing his sensory abilities further. Something about the human squad's energy patterns seemed unusual, particularly their cursed gear. The demonic signatures emanated complex emotions rather than simple power projection. Their weapons are aware, Naruto noted with surprise. Not just tools channeling power, but entities with distinct consciousness. Correct, Krul confirmed. Cursed gear contains bound demons, supernatural entities contracted through forbidden rituals. The weapons provide power while constantly attempting to possess their wielders. Only those with strong psychological resistance can utilize them effectively. The concept disturbed Naruto. While his world contained weapon techniques involving spiritual elements, Saint maintained clear boundaries between tool and wielder. These cursed gear weapons seemed more parasitic, offering power while gradually consuming their users. A dangerous bargain, he observed. Desperation breeds compromise. Krul replied without judgment. Humans needed weapons capable of challenging vampires. Conventional technology proved insufficient. Demonic contracts offered immediate capability enhancement despite long-term costs. Again, Naruto noted parallels to his own world. Villages embracing forbidden techniques during wartime, accepting terrible costs for temporary advantage. The cycles of compromise and corruption transcended dimensional boundaries. Their leader, Shinoa, her connection to her weapon differs from the others, Naruto observed. More balanced somehow, less parasitic. The Hiragi family possesses generations of experience with demonic contracts, Krul explained. Their bloodline techniques enable more stable integration, though still fundamentally corrupting over sufficient time. The strategic map updated as new information arrived from vampire reconnaissance units. The human squad had deployed sensory equipment in a standard triangulation pattern, focusing on Sanguinum's eastern quadrant. They're specifically monitoring the research district, Krul noted with narrowed eyes. Somehow they've identified this facility as significant. Her evidence of internal security compromise, Naruto concluded. The information leak specified not just my arrival but the research focus. Farid Batori, Krul muttered, momentary anger breaking through her composed demeanor. His networks extend into human territory through complicated channels. This bears his particular signature. The political maneuvering added another layer of complexity to an already complicated situation. This Farid clearly sought to manipulate both vampire hierarchy and human-vampire conflict for personal advantage. What's his motivation for informing humans about me? Naruto questioned. Chaos serves his purposes, Krul answered, her distaste evident. Farid thrives in complicated scenarios where multiple factions pursue conflicting objectives. By Qingyu is unknown variable to human intelligence, he forces both sides to react while he observes from safety. A familiar type then, the manipulator playing all sides against each other. Every world seemed to produce such individuals, positioning themselves to benefit regardless of outcome. We should assume the humans possess partial information about the blood purification research, Krul continued. Returning to strategic considerations, their interest will intensify once they understand potential applications. The geopolitical implications expanded with each development. If human authorities believed Naruto could purify vampire blood, they might view him as either valuable asset or existential threat depending on their long-term objectives. Do human leaders want to cure vampirism or simply exterminate vampires? Naruto asked directly. Their official doctrine promotes complete eradication, Krul answered. Though certain factions might recognize advantages in controlled purification, particularly for intelligence gathering or propaganda purposes. She manipulated the strategic display, highlighting key human military installations across Japan. The demon army leadership, particularly Kurto Hiragi, pursues ruthless efficiency above ideological purity. If purification offers strategic advantage, they'll attempt to secure the technology regardless of ethical considerations. Making me valuable to both sides for different reasons, Naruto concluded. Vampires see potential salvation or threat depending on their faction. Humans see potential weapon or unwelcome complication to their extermination plans. Precisely why independent action would prove dangerous, Krul emphasized. Without understanding the complex motivations driving each faction, you'd be manipulated into serving someone's agenda regardless of your intentions. A fair assessment, though clearly serving Krul's interest in maintaining his cooperation. Still, the complexity of this world's politics justified caution. Rushing into direct contact with human forces without proper context could create more problems than it solved. The sensory alert system pinged, indicating movement from the human squad. Naruto extended his awareness again, monitoring their activity. They're deploying something, he reported. Not weapons, some kind of specialized equipment. Cylindrical devices being positioned in triangular formation. Krul's expression darkened. Seraph detection equipment. They're specifically scanning for angelic energy signatures. Looking for beings like your brother. Or similar experiments. Krul confirmed. The demon army continues the Hyakuya sect's research into Seraph weaponization. They believe vampires possess advanced knowledge they've been unable to recreate. And do you? Naruto asked directly. Krul's smile revealed nothing. We possess 8 centuries of observation regarding Seraph instability. Whether that constitutes advanced knowledge depends on perspective. A non-answer that conveyed volumes. Vampire society clearly maintains significant research into Seraph phenomena, likely centered around Ashura's condition but extending to broader applications. The detection equipment activated, sending pulses of energy through the surrounding area. Naruto sensed the waves passing through Sanguinum's defenses, scanning for specific energy signatures. Will they detect Ashura? He asked, concerned about the secure facility's exposure. No, Krul answered confidently. This chamber incorporates specialized shielding designed specifically to block Seraph detection. Multiple redundant systems ensure complete isolation. The equipment continued scanning for several minutes before human operators appeared to recalibrate their settings. Naruto monitored their activities through his sensory abilities, noting their frustration patterns. They expected to find something, he observed. Their behavioral indicators suggest disappointment with initial results. Farad's information likely suggested Seraph presence associated with your arrival, Krul deduced. Another calculated misdirection to create confusion. The political web surrounding Naruto's arrival grew increasingly complex. Multiple factions maneuvered for advantage, each possessing partial information and distinct objectives. Navigating this environment will require careful analysis and strategic patience. They're withdrawing the detection equipment, Naruto reported. Returning to standard surveillance posture. Their commander appears to be communicating with distant authority, receiving new instructions perhaps. Reporting initial findings to headquarters, Krul interpreted. Standard procedure when primary mission parameters yield negative results. She closed the strategic display, having gathered sufficient information about the human incursion. They'll maintain observation for now, likely attempting to gather any information about you. Our capabilities and potential applications. Which means we need to control what they learn, Naruto concluded. Precisely. Krul activated the communication panel again. Lacus, implement Informati. On Security Protocol Omega-7 for all purification research. Physical documentation only. No digital records, compartmentalized access limited to direct participants. The enhanced security measure demonstrated appropriate caution given the strategic significance of the research. Both vampire factions and human military clearly recognized the potential impact of blood purification techniques on the existing balance of power. We should return to the primary laboratory, Krul decided. Continue standard research procedures while implementing enhanced security. Any deviation from normal activities would only confirm the significance to observation teams. As they prepared to depart the secure chamber, Naruto cast a final glance at Ashura's stasis pod. The boy's suspended form repression. The personal stakes underlying Krul's political calculations, a reminder that even immortal vampires maintained human connections despite centuries of separation from humanity. I'll study his medical records tonight, Naruto promised. See if I can identify potential compatibility between my techniques and his condition. Krul nodded, momentary vulnerability showing through her carefully maintained composure. 8 centuries of failure has taught me to moderate expectations. But your abilities represent something truly new, outside established parameters. They return through the corridors to the main research complex, resuming standard procedures while implementing enhanced security protocols. The human observation team maintained their position, continuing passive monitoring of Sanguinum's eastern quadrant. As evening approached by the city's artificial chronology, Naruto found himself increasingly fascinated by this world's complex dynamics. The parallels to his own dimension's conflicts provided contextual framework, yet the unique elements, vampirism, Seraphs, cursed gear, created novel challenges requiring creative approaches. Most intriguing was Krul herself. A complex individual balancing multiple roles simultaneously. Queen, scientist, sister, strategist, each facet revealing different aspects of her character. Behind the calculated political maneuvering lay genuine devotion to her brother's salvation, suggesting depth beyond typical vampire stereotypes. As Naruto reviewed the day's research data in his diplomatic quarters that evening, he sensed subtle changes in the human observation team's energy patterns. Their focus had shifted, intensity increasing as new information apparently reached them from headquarters. He extended his sensory abilities, attempting to gather more detail without direct contact. The cursed gear signatures had intensified, suggesting emotional activation rather than simple power channeling. Something had changed in their mission parameters, something significant enough to affect their psychological states. Beyond their position, further into human-controlled territory, additional signatures approached, a larger force moving with military precision. Reinforcements, perhaps, or specialized units deployed in response to initial findings. Whatever information Farad had leaked to human authorities, it had escalated their interest considerably. The coming days would likely bring direct contact rather than simple observation, forcing choices regarding allegiance and cooperation sooner than Naruto had anticipated. He closed the research documentation, focusing instead on meditation. Whatever challenges emerged, maintaining centered awareness would prove essential. This world's conflicts represented another test of his fundamental principles: healing rather than destroying, understanding rather than judging, connecting rather than dividing. As he settled into meditative posture, Naruto reflected on the day's discoveries. The corruption affecting vampire blood showed surprising similarities to chakra disruption patterns he had encountered before. The purification techniques demonstrated viable pathways forward, despite significant challenges regarding scale and application. Most importantly, he had identified genuine purpose beyond simple survival in this new dimension. Whether helping Krul save her brother or developing broader purification techniques, his unique abilities offered potential healing in a world desperately needing balance restoration. Through his enhanced senses, Naruto read the human observation team as darkness fell across the surface world. Their energy signatures shifted into combat readiness posture, suggesting imminent action rather than continued passive surveillance. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, likely direct contact with human forces and the complicated politics they represented. Naruto would face those challenges as he had countless others, with determination, compassion, and unwavering commitment to his Nindo. The game of shadows between vampires and humans had gained a new player, one following rules neither side fully understood. What Rasul? Ted from his intervention remained uncertain, but one thing seemed increasingly clear. This world stood at inflection point, and Naruto's arrival might well determine which path its future followed. Chapter 2 End Naruto, Crimson Sage. Chapter 3, Crimson Dawn. Morning in Sanguinum arrived with the same artificial precision as always, crimson illumination gradually intensifying to simulate sunrise. Naruto stood at his chamber's window, observing the city's methodical awakening while contemplating the events of the previous day. The human observation team remained in position outside Sanguinum's boundaries, their numbers now augmented by additional forces that had arrived during the night. Direct confrontation seemed increasingly inevitable. The question wasn't if human authorities would attempt contact, but when and how aggressively. Naruto preferred proactive engagement to reactive defense, a philosophy that had served him well throughout his shinobi career. A soft chime announced a visitor. The door slid open to reveal not Chess Bell as expected, but Krul Tepes herself. The vampire queen had exchanged yesterday's formal attire for what appeared to be combat gear, form-fitting. Black armor accented with crimson detailing that matched her eyes. "You're up early," she observed, entering without ceremony. "Did our neighbors keep you awake?" "I was monitoring their movements," Naruto confirmed. "They received reinforcements around midnight, 20 additional soldiers with specialized equipment. They're preparing for something more than passive observation." Krul nodded, unsurprised. "Our intelligence networks report increased activity at Shinjuku headquarters. The Hiragi family has taken personal interest in your arrival." She studied him with analytical precision. Hitch presents both challenge and opportunity. "You have a proposal," Naruto surmised, recognizing the calculating look in her ancient eyes. "A controlled introduction," Krul clarified. "On our terms rather than theirs." She activated a holographic display from a device at her wrist, projecting a topographical map of the region surrounding Sanguinum. "I propose a surface expedition to this locat. Ion. A neutral zone approximately 4 kilometers from our position." The indicated area showed ruins of what had once been a commercial district, now largely reclaimed by vegetation. Its strategic value was immediately apparent to Naruto. Open sightlines, multiple approach vectors, and sufficient distance from both Sanguinum and human territory to minimize immediate reinforcement. "Perfect ambush territory," he noted. "For either side." Quote, "Precisely why it serves our purpose," Krul agreed. "Obvious enough that human surveillance will detect our presence, neutral enough that direct conflict violates established protocols." She deactivated the display, and crucially, exposed to natural sunlight. That explained her combat attire. Standard vampires couldn't tolerate direct sunlight, but progenitors like Krul possessed limited resistance, particularly when properly equipped. "You want to demonstrate my abilities where human observers can document them," Naruto understood. "Control their first impression rather than letting rumors shape their assessment." "Strategic information management," Krul confirmed. "They already know you exist. Better they understand your capabilities through controlled demonstration than through Farad's manipulated intelligence." The approach aligned with Naruto's preference for direct engagement. Controlled revelation of capabilities often prevented unnecessary conflict based on misunderstanding or exaggerated threat assessment. "I assume you've considered the possibility they'll attack immediately," Naruto said. "Expected rather than merely possible," Krul corrected. "Shinoa Hiragi's squad specializes in vampire elimination. Their operational parameters likely include capture or neutralization directives regarding unknown entities." Her smile held no warmth. "Which provides perfect opportunity to demonstrate your defensive capabilities without appearing overtly aggressive. A calculated risk, then, inviting confrontation under control. Circumstances to establish parameters for future interaction." The strategy reflected Krul's centuries of political maneuvering, balancing multiple objectives simultaneously. "When do we depart?" Naruto asked. "Decision made." "Immediately," Krul answered. "A small escort unit will accompany us to the surface exit, then withdraw to maintain observation distance. Only you and I will proceed to the demonstration site." The minimalist approach made tactical sense. Larger vampire forces would trigger more aggressive human response, potentially escalating beyond controlled demonstration into genuine conflict. I'll need a moment to prepare, Naruto said, moving to the center of the room. He closed his eyes, centering himself through brief meditation. His chakra reserves had fully replenished overnight, but the coming demonstration would require precise control rather than raw power. Krul watched with undisguised curiosity as he performed this mental preparation. After several minutes of silent concentration, Naruto opened his eyes, now projecting calm readiness. "Let's go," he said simply. They departed through Sanguinum's diplomatic wing, traveling via secured corridors that bypassed public areas. The route efficiency suggested deliberate planning. Krul had arranged this expedition carefully, minimizing potential observation from vampire factions who might oppose surface contact. A small unit of elite guards awaited them at a specialized transit platform. 8 vampires equipped with combat gear similar to Krul's, their expressions professionally neutral despite obvious curiosity regarding Naruto. Horn-Skulled will command the observation team, Krul explained, indicating a tall female vampire with distinctive blue-silver hair. She'll maintain communication linkage BU. She will not engage unless direct intervention becomes necessary. Horn bowed formally to Krul, then addressed Naruto directly. My team will position at minimum half-kilometer distance once you reach the demonstration site. We're equipped with specialized optical systems to document interactions without direct exposure. Standard observation protocols, Krul added, with enhanced security measures. Given the sensitive nature of this expedition. The underlying message was clear. This operation had been carefully planned, with contingencies for various scenarios including potential betrayal Fr. Own either human forces or vampire factions. The transit platform activated, lifting them rapidly through Sanguinum's levels toward the surface. Unlike the public access points Naruto had observed previously, this route appeared designed specifically for military operations, reinforced barriers, multiple security checkpoints, and specialized environmental transition chambers. This exit emerges approximately 2 kilometers northwest of the human observation position, Horn explained as they ascended. A ravine provides covered approach to the demonstration site, minimizing exposure during initial surface transit. The final security chamber sealed behind them, atmospheric systems adjusting pressure and composition to match surface conditions. Warning indicators flashed as radiation shield. Activated. A reminder that this world's surface environment contained hazards beyond simple sunlight. Radiation levels elevated but within acceptable parameters, announced a technical specialist monitoring environmental readings. Ultraviolet intensity at 67% of maximum daily projection. Optimal conditions, Krul noted with satisfaction. Proceed with exit sequence. Heavy blast doors retracted, revealing a reinforced tunnel extending upward at gradual incline. The escort unit moved into standard formation, 4 guards ahead, 4 behind, with Krul and Naruto at center. Their movements displayed practiced precision, suggesting frequent surface operations despite vampire vulnerability to sunlight. As they approached the surface exit, Naruto extended his sensory awareness, mapping the surrounding area. Human observation teams maintained their previous positions, apparently unaware of the approaching vampire unit. Additional signatures registered at greater distance, wildlife primarily. Though with unusual chakra patterns compared to animals from his world. Something else roams these territories, he observed quietly. Non-human entities with significant power signatures. Horsemen of the apocalypse, Horn confirmed, her expression grim. Mutated creatures created during the initial catastrophe. They hunt in packs, targeting anything with human genetic markers, including vampires. We register as prey, though less appetizing than pure humans, Krul explained. Progenitors can defeat them individually, but they swarm in numbers when detecting vulnerable targets. Another complication in an already complex tactical environment. Naruto filed the information away, adjusting his situational awareness to include potential creature attack scenarios. The tunnel terminated at a heavily fortified exit chamber, multiple layered doors designed to prevent accidental sunlight exposure. Final atmospheric seals engaged as the unit prepared for surface emergence. Standard surface protocols, Horn reminded her team. Minimal verbal communication, optimized movement patterns, continuous environmental scanning. She turned to Naruto. The ravine PR. Avoids shade coverage for initial transit, but the demonstration site lies in direct sunlight. Queen Krul's tolerance is approximately 30 minutes under current conditions. The time limitation added another tactical consideration. Whatever demonstration Krul planned needed completion within that window, including potential human interaction and subsequent withdrawal. Understood, Naruto acknowledged. I'll keep temporal awareness. The final barriers retracted, revealing the surface world for the first time since Naruto's dimensional arrival. The contrast with Sanguinum's artificial environment proved jarring. Natural sunlight filtering through dust-laden air, the scent of vegetation reclaiming concrete structures, wind carrying traces of unfamiliar chemical compounds. The ravine provided immediate shelter. A natural formation deepened through architectural collapse, creating a shadowed corridor leading northwest. The escort unit moved with increased caution, their enhanced senses scanning continuously for potential threats. As they progressed, Naruto observed the devastated landscape with professional assessment. The ruins surrounding their position had once been an urban district, multi-story structures now partially collapsed, transportation infrastructure broken into disconnected segments, nature reclaiming abandoned spaces with determined persistence. Tokyo's eastern commercial district, Krul identified, noting his interest. Once among the most densely populated urban centers in this world, 8 years of abandonment have accelerated decay processes. The devastation pattern suggested both catastrophic initial damage and subsequent neglect rather than ongoing conflict. Buildings showed structural collapse but minimal combat damage, consistent with Krul's account of viral apocalypse rather than conventional warfare. How many survived? Naruto asked, processing the scale of destruction surrounding them. Perhaps 10% of global population initially, Krul answered. Concentrated among pre-adolescents with natural immunity. Current human population approximately 3.7 million worldwide, with largest concentrations in protected enclaves like Japanese Imperial Demon Army's territories. The numbers represented catastrophic reduction from pre-apocalypse levels. Such massive population collapse would fundamentally reshape social structures, explaining the extremism of both vampire control systems and human military responses. They reached the ravine's terminus, facing the open terrain leading to the designated demonstration site. Light illuminated the clearing ahead, a former plaza now surrounded by partially collapsed structures, offering excellent visibility from multiple approaches. This is where we separate, Horn announced. My team will establish observation positions along the eastern perimeter. Standard communication protocols remain active. She addressed Naruto directly. Good luck, Uzumaki-san. First impressio. NS tend to be lasting in diplomatic encounters. The escort unit dispersed with practiced efficiency, moving toward predetermined observation positions without further communication. Krul activated protective measures in her specialized armor, a faint energy field shimmering momentarily around her form before becoming invisible. UV shielding, she explained, noticing Naruto's observation. Day limited protection against solar radiation. 30 minutes maximum under current conditions before cellular degradation becomes problematic. They proceeded into the sunlit clearing, Krul moving with confident grace despite the environmental hazard. Naruto matched her pace, continuously scanning their surroundings as they approached the demonstration site. Human observation teams have detected our movement, he reported, sensing shifting energy signatures from their position, repositioning to maintain visual contact. As anticipated, Krul acknowledged. They'll monitor initially, Kelly reporting to command structure before direct engagement. The plaza opened before them, once an elegant public space with fountains and commercial frontage, now a wilderness of broken concrete and resilient vegetation. The central area remained relatively clear, providing ideal space for controlled demonstration. This should suffice, Krul decided, surveying the location. Excellent visibility from multiple approach vectors. Sufficient space for non-restrictive movement, minimal environmental hazards. Naruto extended his awareness once more, confirming human observation positions. I have established 3-point surveillance triangle. Primary team at northeastern approach, secondary units east and southeast. Approximately 25 individuals total, all carrying cursed gear signatures. More than expected, Krul noted with slight surprise. The Hiragi family is committing significant resources to your assessment. She turned to him with businesslike efficiency. We show LD proceed with demonstration before they decide to intervene directly. What capabilities do you wish to display? Naruto considered the question carefully. Strategic revelation required balancing multiple objectives. Demonstrating sufficient capability to establish respect without revealing techniques that might be exploited or misinterpreted. Basic chakra manifestation first, he decided. Then physical enhancement demonstrations, followed by elemental techniques. No sage mode or tailed beast abilities yet, those require additional context to avoid misinterpretation. Krul nodded agreement. A reasonable progression. Begin whenever ready. I'll maintain perimeter awareness. Naruto moved to the plaza's center, establishing stable positioning before initiating the demonstration. He Bega, N with basic chakra manipulation, focusing energy to his palm until it became visibly manifest as swirling blue light. The Rasengan formed perfectly, rotating with controlled power while casting azure illumination across the broken concrete. He held the technique for 30 seconds, allowing observation teams sufficient documentation time, before transitioning to physical enhancement demonstration. Channeling chakra throughout his body, Naruto executed a series of high-speed movements, crossing the plaza in milliseconds, leaping 20 meters vertically, and performing complex aerial maneuvers before landing with precision. Human observers have activated recording equipment, Krul reported, monitoring their reactions. Energy detection devices show significant activity. They're attempting to classify your chakra within their existing parameters. Naruto progressed to elemental techniques next, starting with wind manipulation. He formed a series of wind blades, demonstrating precision. Cutting capability by slicing abandoned vehicles into perfectly sectioned components. Water manipulation followed, drawing moisture from the atmosphere to create controlled spheres that orbited his position before dispersing in precise patterns. Impressive control, Krul observed. Particularly the atmospheric moisture extraction. Even progenitors struggle with environmental manipulation at that scale. For the final demonstration sequence, Naruto combined elements, creating localized weather phenomena through chakra manipulation. A miniature storm formed above the plaza, lightning arcing between precisely positioned clouds before dissipating harmlessly. Human observers are communicating with command structure, Krul noted, monitoring their energy signatures. Significant agitation detected in their patterns. I believe we've successfully captured their attention. Naruto completed the demonstration sequence, returning to normal chakra levels as he rejoined Krul at the plaza's edge. The display had required minimal energy expenditure while showcasing diverse capabilities, precisely calibrated to establish respectful caution rather than hostile fear. Your abilities exceed even my estimates, Krul acknowledged. Genuine impression evident despite her composed demeanor. Particularly the environmental manipulation aspects. Such techniques would prove invaluable in surface operations. Before Naruto could respond, his enhanced senses detected movement from the human observation positions. They're mobilizing, he reported. Formation suggests direct approach rather than continued observation. Approximately 12 individuals advancing in tactical configuration. Sooner than expected, Krul observed, checking her armor's protective field. 23 minutes of sunlight tolerance remaining. Sufficient for initial contact protocols. The human squad emerged from concealment with practiced coordination, moving in staggered formation that maximized coverage while minimizing exposed personnel. Their equipment combined conventional military design with distinctive modifications Naruto now recognized as cursed gear components. At their center walked a petite young woman with lavender hair cut in an asymmetrical style, her expression projecting casual confidence despite the tension evident in her squad's positioning. The scythe-like weapon she carried radiated particularly potent demonic energy, more integrated with her personal signature than her companion's gear. Shinoa Hiragi, Krul identified quietly, commanding Moon Demon Company's elite squad despite her age. The tall one with glasses is Shiho Kimazuki, dual sword wielder with technical specialization. The blonde is Mitsuba Sangu from the prestigious Sangu military family. The smaller male is Oichi Saotome, ranged specialist with the highest synchronization rate among their demon weapons. And the angry-looking one with dark hair is Yuichiro Hayakuya, their primary close combat specialist with concerning psychological instability. The level of detailed intelligence impressed Naruto. Vampire information networks clearly maintained comprehensive profiles on key human military personnel. He squad halted at respectful distance, close enough for verbal communication but maintaining tactical withdrawal options. Shinoa stepped forward slightly, her posture deliberately casual despite the weapon held loosely in her grip. Well, she called, her voice carrying a light-hearted tone at odds with the tactical situation. When headquarters reported a vampire queen taking a sunshine stroll with an unknown entity. I just had to see for myself. Not often we find Krul Tepes outside her underground palace. Shinoa Hiragi, Krul acknowledged with regal composure. Still playing soldi. While your brothers manage actual strategy. How disappointing that they send children to handle diplomatic contact. The barb seemed to amuse rather than offend Shinoa, whose smile widened slightly. And yet here I am. Standing in sunlight without needing a countdown timer. Her attention shifted to Naruto, assessment evident in her gaze. Your new friend is certainly interesting. Not vampire. Definitely not human. At least not any variety we've catalogued. Care to make introductions? Naruto stepped forward before Krul could respond. I can speak for myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm a shinobi from a different dimension who arrived here through accidental chakra displacement. The blunt honesty visibly surprised both Shinoa and Krul, though for different reasons. Shinoa's eyebrows rose slightly, while Krul's expression suggested she'd planned a more calculated introduction. Different dimension, Shinoa repeated, skepticism evident. That's certainly a novel explanation. And what exactly is a shinobi supposed to be? A ninja, Naruto clarified. Where I come from, we're trained to use chakra, the combination of physical and spiritual energy, for various techniques. The demonstrations you just observed represented basic applications. The dark-haired squad member, Yuichiro, stepped forward with obvious impatience. Who cares what he calls himself? He's collaborating with vampires. That makes him an enemy. You, stand down, Shinoa ordered without looking at him, her attention remaining fixed on Naruto. Interesting that you'd willingly admit to extra-dimensional origin. Most unknowns attempt to blend in rather than claiming such distinctive background. Lying creates more problems than it solves, Naruto replied simply. My abilities don't match your world's parameters anyway. Better to establish truth immediately than build relationship on deception. That drew a genuine laugh from Shinoa, brief but authentic. How refreshingly straightforward. Ality rarely found in our post-apocalyptic diplomatic circles. She twirled her scythe casually, though the movement maintained combat readiness. So, Naruto Uzumaki the dimensional ninja, why exactly? Are you partnering with the vampire queen? Her reputation for altruism is somewhat lacking. I arrived in Sanguinum through dimensional displacement, Naruto explained. Krul offered research fossil. It is to understand this world and my effects on it. In exchange, I'm investigating certain technical questions regarding vampire physiology. Yuichiro scoffed openly. He's helping vampires. Doesn't matter where he claims to be from. That makes him a target. Your recruitment approach needs work, Naruto observed dryly. I'm not aligned with either vampires or humans permanently. I'm research in this world's unique conditions before making longer-term decisions. Research, Shinoa repeated thoughtfully. Our intelligence indicates something specific about vampire blood. Care to elaborate? The question confirmed Farad's information leak extended to research parameters, not just Naruto's existence. Krul's expression remained composed, but subtle tension entered her posture. My chakra has interesting effects on certain aspects of vampire biology, Naruto acknowledged without specifics. We're exploring potential applications under controlled conditions. Weaponization possibilities, asked the tall squad member with glasses, Kimizuki, speaking for the first time. Healing applications, Naruto corrected firmly. I don't develop weapons from biological research. That violates fundamental ethical principles. The distinction clearly surprised the human squad, their expressions registering various degrees of confusion and disbelief. The concept of vampire healing, apparent, contradicted their fundamental worldview. Healing vampires, Yuichiro repeated incredulously. They're monsters who keep humans as livestock. They don't deserve healing. They deserve extermination. I've heard similar sentiments before, Naruto replied evenly. In my world, people said the same about those who carried tailed beasts, beings of immense power sealed within human hosts. They called us monsters, demons, weapons to be controlled or destroyed. His eyes met Yuichiro's directly. Those perspectives were based on fear rather than understanding. I don't judge entire populations by their worst examples. The parallel visibly unsettled Yuichiro, whose hand tightened on his sword hilt. Something in Naruto's words had struck uncomfortably close to personal experience. Pretty words, Shinoa commented, though her expression suggested more thoughtful assessment than her tone implied. But vampire predation isn't propaganda, it's observable reality. They literally drink human blood to survive. Current reality, Naruto acknowledged. But if that reality stems from corruption rather than inherent nature, wouldn't healing be more appropriate than extermination? The philosophical question created noticeable discomfort among the squad members. They had clearly been trained within rigid ideological framework that categorized vampires as irredeemable enemies rather than potentially curable victims. Krul observed this exchange with calculating interest, her expression revealing nothing of her internal assessment. The discussion had moved beyond simple capability demonstration into ideological territory with significant implications for future relations. A fascinating ethical debate, Shinoa finally responded, her casual tone belied by sharpened attention. Though, perhaps better conducted in more comfortable surroundings than this delightful wasteland. Our commander would be very interested in discussing your research directly. We could escort you to headquarters for proper consultation. The recruitment attempt was predictable but premature. Naruto maintained neutral positioning, neither retreating toward Krul nor advancing toward the human squad. I appreciate the invitation, he replied diplomatically, but I prefer maintaining independence while gathering information. Once I understand this world's complexities more thoroughly, I'll consider formal meetings with leadership from both factions. Shinoa's smile tightened slightly. I'm afraid I must insist. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren specifically ordered your retrieval for consultation. Cooperati. Involuntarily would be greatly appreciated. The shift to direct confrontation hadn't taken long. Naruto sensed the squad adjusting their positioning subtly, preparing for potential combat while maintaining conversational pretense. That would be unwise, Krul interjected, her voice carrying deceptive lightness. Attempting to forcibly recruit someone of Naruto's capabilities would violate multiple diplomatic protocols. Not to mention demonstrating poor strategic assessment. Diplomatic protocols apply to recognized entities, Shinoa countered smoothly. Interdimensional visitors fall under our security jurisdiction rather than diplomatic classification. The legal semantics masked straightforward intent. The human military wanted Naruto's capabilities under their control rather than potentially benefiting vampire society. Their approach differed from Krul's more subtle recruitment strategy, but the underlying objective remained identical. I understand your position, Naruto said, maintaining calm directness. But I must decline. My investigation requires maintaining relationships with multiple factions without formal alignment. Yuichiro's limited patience visibly expired. Enough talking, he growled, drawing his cursed gear sword in fluid motion. The weapon pulsed with malevolent energy as demonic power activated along its length. If he won't come voluntarily, we take him in for questioning. You, stand down, Shinoa ordered sharply, but the impetuous squad member had already launched forward, sword raised for attack. Naruto remained perfectly still as Yuichiro charged, tracking the young soldier's movement without apparent concern. The cursed gear sword descended in powerful arc, only to pass through empty air as Naruto's form dissolved into swirling leaves. Substitution technique. Naruto reappeared behind the squad, deliberately positioning himself away from both Yuichiro and Krul to emphasize neutrality. I don't want to fight you, he stated calmly. Quote, there's no strategic benefit to conflict between potential allies. Shadow clone, muttered Kimazuki with analytical precision, observing the technique. Advanced displacement with biological manifestation capability. Not teleportation. Physical replacement mechanism with prepared duplicate. The technical assessment impressed Naruto. Despite his impulsive teammate, Kimazuki clearly possessed sharp tactical intelligence. Yuichiro recovered quickly, spinning to face Naruto with increased aggression. Don't lecture me about allies while standing with vampires. He snarled, demonic energy flaring along his blade. Ashiramaru. Lend me your power. The cursed gear responded to his emotional state, dark energy engulfing the sword as the bound demon increased power flow. Naruto sensed the pawn's consciousness responding, not merely channeling power but actively influencing its wielder's emotional state, amplifying anger while suppressing rational assessment. That's enough. Shinoa moved to intercept her squad member. But Yuichiro had already launched another attack, moving with enhanced speed toward Naruto. This time, Naruto chose different response. Rather than avoiding the attack, he met it directly, catching the descending blade between two fingers with precise timing. The cursed gear's demonic energy sparked against his chakra, creating visible discharge where the opposing forces met. Impressive weapon, Naruto observed conversationally, holding the sword immobilized despite Yuichiro's continued pressure. The demon bound to it has significant power. But you're letting it influence your emotional state rather than maintaining control. Yuichiro's eyes widened with shock, then narrowed with renewed determination. Don't underestimate me. He channeled additional power, the cursed gear's demonic aura intensifying as he attempted to overpower Naruto's grip. I'm not, Naruto assured him sincerely. Your potential is obvious. But potential without control leads to self-destruction. With minimal apparent effort, he redirected the sword's momentum, using Yuichiro's own force to send him stumbling backward without causing injury. The demonstration created visible impact among the observing squad members. Shinoa's casual demeanor slipped momentarily, revealing genuine tactical concern. The other squad members adjusted their stances subtly, reassessing threat parameters based on Naruto's displayed capabilities. Stand down, Shinoa ordered with uncharacteristic seriousness. We're clearly outmatched in direct confrontation. For once, Yuichiro didn't argue, though frustration remained evident in his expression. The casual ease with which Naruto had neutralized his attack, particularly after observing the earlier power demonstrations, had penetrated even his confrontational mindset. A wise assessment, Krul commented from her position, having observed the exchange without intervention. Perhaps now we can resume civilized conversation regarding. Her statement cut off abruptly as her attention shifted to the eastern perimeter. At the same moment, Naruto sensed approaching signatures, multiple entities moving with predatory purpose toward their position. Horsemen, Krul identified tersely, large pack, moving rapidly from the eastern district. They've detected our presence. The human squad reacted with practiced coordination, immediately shifting to defensive formation. Shinoa cast aside conversational pretense, her expression transforming to focused command. Kimazuki, Yoichi, establish perimeter. Mitsuba, flank support. Center defense. Her scythe flared with demonic energy as she activated its combat capabilities. These readings suggest at least 15 horsemen, including larger variants. Naruto extended his sensory awareness. Assessing the approaching threat, the entities moved with disturbing synchronization, not the random aggression of mindless predators but coordinated hunting patterns suggesting rudimentary tactical intelligence. 23 entities, he reported, sharing intelligence despite the previous confrontation. 4 alpha variants leading standard units. Their energy signatures suggest recent feeding. They're at peak strength. Shinoa cast him a surprised glance, clearly not expecting tactical cooperation after Yuichiro's attack. Confirmed. Defensive perimeter. Maximized coverage. These numbers exceed standard engagement parameters. Krul moved to Naruto's side, her expression serious. Horsemen rarely congregate in such numbers unless drawn by significant prey concentration. Our combined presence likely attracted their attention. The first horseman appeared at the plaza's eastern approach, grotesque entities that defied standard biological classification. Humano. In basic structure but horrifically altered, they combined human morphological elements with monstrous adaptations. Elongated limbs terminated in vicious claws, while distorted faces featured oversized jaws filled with needle-like teeth. Their movements combined animal quadrupedal galloping with disturbing bursts of bipedal coordination. Standard variants, Shinoa identified clinically. Primarily physical threat, minimal special capabilities. The larger ones behind them are the concern. The alpha variants emerged moments later, substantially larger creatures with specialized adaptations. One featured massive armored plating across its torso, another displayed whip-like tentacular appendages, while the remaining two possessed ranged attack capabilities, one projecting caustic fluid, he other launching bone-like projectiles from specialized organs. They're hunting in specialized formation, Naruto observed with professional assessment. The standard variants will engage directly, while alphas provide support from optimized positions. They've developed genuine pack tactics, evolved significantly since last documented encounter, Kimazuki noted, adjusting his glasses while maintaining combat stance. Headquarters will want updated threat assessment. If we survive to deliver it, Mitsuba added grimly, her axe-like cursed gear pulsing with activation energy. The Horsem N-Pack hesitated briefly at the plaza's edge, assessing the defended position with disturbing intelligence before separating into attack groups. Standard variants circled to approach from multiple vectors while alphas positioned for specialized support roles. They're attempting to isolate individual defenders, Krul observed. Standard hunting methodology against armed prey. Naruto assessed the tactical situation rapidly. The human squad maintained solid defensive formation, but their numbers proved insufficient for complete perimeter coverage against coordinated multi-vector attack. Without intervention, they would be overwhelmed through simple numerical advantage. We need cooperative defense, he decided, addressing both Krul and Shinoa. Combined coverage maximizes survival probability for all parties. Shinoa hesitated only momentarily before nodding agreement. Tactical necessity overrides standing protocols. Temporary alliance authorized. She adjusted her squad's positioning. Integrate with our formation. Kimazuki, adjust right flank to accommodate. Krul moved to position without argument, recognizing legitimate threat assessment. Coordinated response offers optimal survival parameters. Naruto, your capabilities suggest center position for maximum coverage. The improvised alliance formed with professional efficiency, human soldiers and vampire queen Establishi. Integrated defensive perimeter with Naruto at center position for support capability. The formation had barely stabilized when the horseman attack commenced. Standard variants charged from multiple approaches simultaneously. Moving with disturbing speed, the human squad responded with practiced coordination, Kimazuki's dual sword slicing through the first attackers while Yoichi provided ranged support. His cursed gear bow launching demonic energy arrows with remarkable accuracy. Krul engaged with progenitor-level combat capability, moving faster than human perception could track as she intercepted three horsemen simultaneously. Her fighting style emphasized efficiency over spectacle, each movement calculated for maximum effect with minimal energy expenditure. The alpha variants coordinated their specialized attacks, the armored leader charging Yuichiro's position while projectile specialists targeted Mitsuba and Yoichi. The tentacle variant focused on disrupting formation integrity, its whip-like appendages attempting to create defensive gaps. Naruto assessed the battlefield dynamics before engaging directly. The human squad displayed impressive coordination and individual skill, their cursed gear providing supernatural combat enhancement. Krul's progenitor capabilities exceeded standard vampire limitations substantially. Yet the horsemen's numbers and specialized adaptability created legitimate threat despite these capabilities. Shadow clone technique, Naruto announced, forming the familiar hand sign. Multiple solid clones materialized around the perimeter, reinforcing vulnerable positions while the original maintained central coordination. What the? Mitsuba exclaimed, momentarily distracted as a Naruto clone intercepted a bone projectile aimed at her flank. Focus on your section, the clone advised calmly. I've got supplemental coverage. The shadow clones integrated into the defensive formation, providing critical support at vulnerable points. Two engaged the tentacle alpha directly, preventing its disruption tactics while another assisted Yoichi with ranged countermeasures against the projectile specialist. The original Naruto analyzed attack patterns, identifying organizational structure within the horseman pack. The armored alpha coordinates their movements, he called to Shinoa. Disrupt its command function and the pack cohesion should deteriorate. Shinoa processed this tactical assessment instantly. Kimazuki, convergence pattern on the armored target. Mitsuba, coverage rotation to compensate. Naruto, can your duplicates maintain perimeter integrity during repositioning? Affirmative, Naruto confirmed. Execute specialized strike. The human squad adjusted with practiced efficiency, Yuichiro and Kimazuki converging toward the armored alpha while Mitsuba expanded her defensive coverage. Naruto's clones compensated for the tactical shift, maintaining perimeter integrity during the specialized maneuver. Yuichiro engaged the armored alpha directly, his cursed gear sword striking with enhanced power against the creature's protective plating. Kimazuki flanked from optimal angle, his dual blades targeting exposed joint sections with surgical precision. Structural weakness at shoulder junction, Krul called from her position, progenitor eyesight identifying vulnerabilities invisible to human perception. Prima, Rai neural cluster located beneath secondary plating. Yuichiro adjusted his attack angle based on this intelligence, driving his sword toward the identified weakness with focused determination. The armored alpha responded with surprising tactical adaptation, rotating to protect the vulnerable area while counter-attacking with devastating physical power. It's learning mid-combat, Naruto observed with professional respect, adjusting defensive priorities based on perceived threat assessment. The coordinated attack faltered as the armored alpha displayed combat intelligence exceeding previous parameters. Yuichiro found himself driven backward by unexpected counterattack ferocity, while Kimazuki struggled to maintain flanking position against increasingly sophisticated defensive movements. We need synchronized strike against multiple vulnerabilities simultaneously, Naruto analyzed. It can't protect all weak points at once. Convergence capability limited by available personnel, Shinoa responded. Maintaining tactical command despite deteriorating situation. We lack sufficient specialized units for multi-vector approach. Then we create them, Naruto decided. Rasengan. Enlightenment formation. The technique represented adaptation of standard shadow clone tactics, multiple clones manifesting with pre-formed Rasengan techniques, creating synchronized attack capability from multiple vectors simultaneously. 8 clones materialized in circular formation around the armored alpha, each holding swirling chakra sphere calibrated for optimal penetration against armored defense. Strike on coordination mark. Naruto instructed both clones and human combatants. 3, 2, 1, execute. The synchronized attack hit with devastating precision, Yuichiro's sword driving NTO the primary vulnerability point at exactly the same moment 8 Rasengan techniques impacted secondary weak points. Kimazuki's dual blades completed the pattern, severing critical neural connections at the creature's base. The armored alpha collapsed, its coordinating function terminated by the perfectly executed combination strike. The effect on the remaining horsemen proved immediate and dramatic. Attack synchronization deteriorated rapidly as pack cohesion dissolved into individualized aggression patterns. Formation advantage confirmed, Shinoa announced, recognizing the tactical shift. Transition to elimination protocol, isolated engagement, prioritized targeting. Without central coordination, the remaining horsemen became substantially less threatening, dangerous individually. But lacking the synchronized tactics that had made them formidable as coordinated unit. The defensive formation transitioned to offensive engagement, systematically eliminating isolated targets through superior tactical coordination. Naruto's clones continued supporting the operation, providing critical coverage during transition between targets. Krul moved with lethal efficiency, her progenitor. Capabilities allowing rapid elimination of standard variants while the human squad focused on remaining alphas. Within minutes, the tactical situation had reversed completely, from defended position. Under coordinated assault to systematic elimination of disorganized opponents. The last horseman fell to combined attack from Mitsuba and Yoichi, its specialized projectile organs destroyed before they could deploy. Perimeter secured, Kimazuki reported professionally, scanning for additional threats. No detection of secondary wave approaching. The improvised alliance had performed with remarkable effectiveness, vampire, humans, and interdimensional shinobi combining capabilities to overcome superior numbers through tactical coordination. As immediate danger passed, however, underlying tensions resurfaced. Well, Shinoa remarked, deactivating her cursed gear's combat mode while maintaining ready position, that was certainly educational. Your shadow clones provide impressive tactical flexibility, Naruto Uzumaki. Basic technique from my world, Naruto explained, dispelling the remaining clones as they completed final perimeter verification. Though the numbers I can maintain exceed standard parameters. 23 simultaneous autonomous units with apparently equal capability distribution, Kimazuki noted clinically. No observed degradation in individual combat effectiveness despite division. Significant strategic applications. The analytical assessment reminded Naruto of Shikamaru's battlefield analysis, focused on capabilities and applications rather than emotional response. Despite his youth, Kimazuki clearly possessed exceptional tactical intelligence. Yuichiro wiped horseman residue from his sword, his expression conflicted. The cooperative combat experience had complicated his straightforward hostility toward Naruto, creating cognitive dissonance not easily resolved within his rigid worldview. Your combat coordination was impressive, Naruto offered sincerely. Especially against creatures you'd never encountered at these numbers. Your squad functions well as unified team. We've had practice, Shinoa replied, though the casual dismissal Sue didn't quite mask genuine pride in her team's performance. Though I admit your contribution proved significant. The diplomatic understatement drew amused expression from Krul, who had maintained combat readiness despite the immediate threat's elimination. How gracious of you to acknowledge the difference between survival and annihilation. Before Shinoa could formulate appropriately cutting response, Naruto sensed movement from peripheral position, a previously undetected horseman variant lunging from concealed location directly toward Shinoa's unprotected flank. Contact right, he shouted, moving with chakra-enhanced speed. Shinoa pivoted instantly, combat instincts triggering reflexive defense, but the creature's attack trajectory had been calculated precisely to exploit momenta. Rai vulnerability during transitional positioning. Its elongated claws extended toward exposed flesh as Shinoa's scythe moved fractionally too slowly for complete interception. Naruto reached her position milliseconds before impact, inserting himself between attacker and target. The horseman's claws raked across his shoulder rather than Shinoa's throat, a successful defensive intervention, though not without cost. The creature's natural weapons carried toxic compounds, immediately evident as burning sensation spread from the wound. Poison delivery system, Naruto identified clinically, even as he eliminated the attacker with precisely applied Rasengan. Neurotoxin variant based on immediate symptoms. Shinoa stared at him with momentary confusion, processing his instantaneous defense of someone who had attempted to capture him minutes earlier. The rest of her squad responded with immediate defensive repositioning, scanning for additional concealed threats. Why? She asked directly, genuine confusion underlying the question. Why what? Naruto countered, applying pressure to the wound despite accelerated healing already activating through his unique physiology. Why protect me? I'm not your ally. You're not my enemy either, Naruto replied simply. I don't need political alignment to prevent unnecessary casualties. The straightforward response visibly unsettled Shinoa, her carefully maintained cynical facade briefly revealing genuine surprise. Before she could formulate response, however, the neurotoxin's effects intensified dramatically. Naruto's enhanced healing capabilities normally neutralized poisons effectively, but this compound operated differently, targeting neural pathways with specialized delivery mechanism designed to bypass standard immune responses. He stumbled slightly as motor coordination degraded, vision blurring as the toxin spread through his system. Naruto. Krul moved toward him with genuine concern, her ancient eyes assessing his condition with experienced precision. The toxin is affecting you despite your enhanced biology. Specialized variant, Naruto confirmed, forcing words through increasingly incooperative neural pathways. Targets specific receptors rather than general systems. My healing is counteracting but requires concentration. He dropped to one knee, channeling chakra specifically to combat the toxin spread. Standard medical ninjutsu would prove insufficient. This required direct application of 6 paths healing energy focused on neutralizing the compound's unique properties. Shinoa knelt beside him, professional assessment overriding political considerations. Concentrated horseman venom, likely alpha variant specialized for neural disruption. We have countermeasures at headquarters, but field neutralization is limited. I can handle it, Naruto assured her, though the increasing difficulty forming words belied his confidence. Need few minutes for specialized healing technique. We don't have minutes, Krul interjected, scanning their surroundings with enhanced senses. Secondary horseman signatures approaching from western quadrant, likely attracted by combat emissions. Approximately 17 entities including multiple alpha variants. The tactical situation had deteriorated rapidly. with Naruto temporarily compromised and previous combat expenditure limiting both vampire and human combat effectiveness. A second engagement under current conditions presented severe survival risk. Defensive withdrawal required. Shinoa decided immediately, tactical necessity overriding political objectives. Kimazuki. Yoichi. Establish coverage corridor toward southeast extraction point. Mitsuba. Yu. Support formation for compromised asset transportation. The professional shift to extra. Seishin protocols impressed Naruto despite his deteriorating condition. Whatever her personal feelings or political objectives, Shinoa prioritized tactical survival above mission parameters, the mark of genuine field commander rather than political appointee. Agreed. Krul concurred without hesitation. Southeast corridor provides optimal extraction route with minimal exposure to approaching hostiles. The temporary alliance reformed with practiced efficiency, Kimazuki and Yoichi establishing perimeter security while Yuichiro and Mitsuba prepared support formation for Naruto's transportation. Krul activated her communication system, contacting Horn's observation team for coordination. Wait, Naruto interrupted, focusing through toxin-induced neural disruption. I can neutralize the venom. Need brief meditation state for specialized healing technique. Negative, Shinoa countered firmly. Horseman signatures approaching rapidly. Stationary meditation creates unacceptable vulnerability for entire unit. 60 seconds. Naruto insisted. The technique accelerates natural healing exponentially. Without it, I'll remain combat compromised during entire extraction, creating greater vulnerability. Shinoa hesitated, calculating tactical variables with impressive speed. 45 seconds maximum. After that, we move regardless of technique completion status. Naruto nodded acceptance, immediately dropping into meditative posture despite challenging circumstances. He closed his eyes, concentrating entirely on internal energy manipulation rather than external awareness. The 6 Paths healing technique required precise chakra control, directing specialized energy to specific neural pathways affected by the toxin while simultaneously strengthening natural healing processes. Under optimal conditions, the procedure would require minimal concentration. Under field conditions with approaching hostiles and partial neural disruption, it demanded complete focus. Naruto extended his awareness inward, identifying toxin propagation patterns through his system. The compound displayed intelligent design characteristics, targeting specific neural junctions while avoiding major detection systems. Its structure suggested deliberate engineering rather than evolutionary development, another indication that the horsemen represented manufactured weapons rather than natural mutations. The healing technique activated fully, golden chakra illuminating from within as Naruto's cells responded to specialized energy application. The 6 Paths power directly counteracted the toxin's neural disruption properties, restoring proper pathway function while simultaneously neutralizing remaining compound concentrations. 20 seconds remaining, Shinoa announced, monitoring approaching. G horseman signatures with growing concern. Extraction formation ready. Naruto pushed the healing process to maximum acceleration, channeling additional chakra despite efficiency reduction. The tech, HNIQUE responded to increased energy input, completion percentage rising rapidly as neural pathways restored to normal functionality. 10 seconds, Shinoa warned, her squad positioned for immediate movement. Ready, Naruto announced, opening his eyes as the healing technique completed. He stood smoothly, neural function restored to normal parameters despite residual wound on his shoulder. Extraction unnecessary. Combat capability fully restored. Shinoa stared with poorly concealed amazement. That's not possible. Horseman neurotoxin requires specialized counter-agents administered under controlled conditions. Field neutralization exceeds medical parameters. Different physiological baseline, Naruto explained simply. My healing capabilities exceed standard human limitations. Before further discussion could develop, the approaching horseman pack entered visual range, moving with coordinated purpose toward their position. Unlike the previous group, these displayed uniform RPHology, suggesting specialized hunting unit rather than general pack. Uniform variant type, Kimazuki observed with clinical detachment. Specialized unit with complementary adaptations. Tactical complexity exceeds documented parameters. Quote, they're evolving faster than your intelligence suggests, Naruto noted, assessing the approaching threat. These display purpose-built morphology for coordinated hunting rather than individual adaptations. The observation carried significant strategic implications. If horsemen continued developing specialized hunting methodologies with increasing tactical sophistication, both human and vampire security protocols would require substantial revision. We should withdraw regardless, Shinoa decided, prioritizing information preservation over combat engagement. This intelligence requires headquarters analysis. Tactical retreat authorized. Agreed, Krul concurred, surprising the human squad with her immediate support. Horn's team has established de-extraction corridor through eastern approach. Combined withdrawal offers optimal survival parameters. The unexpected consensus between Vampire Queen and Human Commander created momentary confusion among squad members. But professional training quickly reasserted priority. The temporary alliance adjusted formation for coordinated withdrawal, maintaining defensive capability while optimizing movement efficiency. As they prepared to execute the withdrawal, however, Naruto sensed something unexpected from the approaching horseman pack, a communication pattern suggesting intelligence beyond tactical instinct. The creatures adjusted their approach vectors with disturbing precision, anticipating the planned withdrawal route rather than simply pursuing visible targets. They're cutting off the eastern corridor, he warned. Tracking their movement patterns. Somehow they've anticipated our extraction route. Impossible, Mitsuba objected. Horsemen operate on instinct and basic tactical programming. They can't predict strategic withdrawals before execution. These can, Naruto countered, sensory abilities confirming the assessment. They've positioned blocking units specifically to intercept the eastern approach while maintaining primary pursuit force. Krul's expression darkened with concern. Confirmed. They're displaying coordinated strategic response rather than simple pursuit parameters. The tactical implications proved immediately significant. If the horsemen had developed genuine strategic intelligence rather than mere hunting instinct, established containment protocols would prove increasingly ineffective against evolving threat parameters. Alternative extraction required, Shinoa decided immediately, adapting to new information without hesitation. Southern approach offers secondary corridor with acceptable exposure parameters. Negative, Naruto contradicted, sensing additional movement patterns. They've established multi-vector containment. All Saint and Art extraction routes show blocking units in optimal interception positions. The situation had deteriorated from standard hostile encounter to genuine strategic threat. Something was coordinating these horsemen beyond normal parameters, directing their movements with sophisticated tactical understanding rather than simple predatory instinct. Options. Shinoa requested tersely, professional command presence masking growing concern. Naruto assessed the tactical environment rapidly, calculating potential responses against evolving threat parameters. Standard extraction methodologies would fail against the coordinated containment strategy, while direct combat against specialized hunting units presented unacceptable risk given current resource limitations. Non-standard extraction, he decided. Aerial departure rather than ground-based corridor. Aerial, Yuichiro questioned skeptically. None of us can fly. I can transport the entire group, Naruto clarified. But it requires specialized technique with significant energy expenditure. Once executed, we'll have limited tactical flexibility until I recover stabilization parameters. Shinoa and Krul exchanged evaluative glance. CES, momentary alliance of necessity between nominal enemies facing common threat. The unspoken communication reflected professional respect despite fundamental ideological differences. Proceed, they confirmed simultaneously. Naruto nodded, immediately forming specialized hand signs for the technique. Summoning Jutsu. Aerial transport configuration. The summoning circle expanded beneath their position. Specialized seals illuminating with chakra activation. Instead of standard toad summoning, however, Naruto modified the technique for direct atmospheric manipulation, creating localized UPD. Raft combined with chakra platform stabilization. Stand within the circle, he instructed as the technique fully activated. Maintain physical contact during initial ascent phase. The allied group complied without hesitation. Professional discipline overriding uncertainty regarding unfamiliar methodology. As the final squad member entered position, Naruto completed the technique with chakra LSE that propelled the entire group skyward on stabilized energy platform. They ascended rapidly, the chakra platform maintaining perfect stability despite accelerated vertical movement. The horseman pack responded with visible agitation below, specialized units attempting ranged attacks that fell short of the rapidly elevating targets. Impressive, Kimizuki acknowledged as they reached approximately 50 meters elevation. Localized gravitational manipulation combined with atmospheric pressure differential. The energy requirements must be substantial. Maintaining rather than establishing requires less continuous expenditure. Naruto explained, controlling their ascent with precise chakra modulation. We can maintain this elevation for approximately 20 minutes before resource limitations become problematic. The aerial vantage point provided comprehensive tactical overview of the surrounding territory. The horseman pack below displayed clear evidence of coordinated strategy. See deployment. Units positioned specifically to block all standard extraction routes while maintaining central pursuit capability. Their deployment pattern is deliberately strategic, Shinoa observed with professional concern. This exceeds documented horseman tactical parameters significantly. Something's controlling them, Naruto concluded, studying their movements. The coordination displays genuine intelligence rather than instinctive pack behavior. Agreed, Krul concurred, her ancient eyes narrowed with analytical precision. The strategic positioning suggests either centralized command structure or distributed intelligence network far beyond previous observation. The intelligence carried significant strategic implications for both vampire and human security protocols. If Emin had developed, or been developed into, coordinated strategic threat rather than mere environmental hazard, existing containment methodologies would require comprehensive revision. We need safe NDING zone beyond their operational range, Naruto noted, scanning the surrounding territory. Preferably with defensive characteristics supporting separate withdrawal routes. Shinoa studied the landscape with tactical assessment, identifying potential extraction points based on terrain features and known horseman behavioral patterns. Southeastern Commercial District provides elevated positions with multiple withdrawal corridors. Approximately 2 kilometers from current position. Acceptable, Krul agreed, momentarily setting aside factional considerations for tactical necessity. The evaded structures offer sufficient observation advantage for separate withdrawal planning. Naruto adjusted their aerial trajectory, maintaining stable platform configuration while conserving energy expenditure. The chakra requirements remained substantial but manageable given his exceptional reserves, though continuous maintenance would eventually create resource limitations requiring terrestrial transition. As they approached the designated landing zone, Naruto noticed something unexpected in Shinoa's energy signature, subtle fluctuation suggesting internal distress despite her composed exterior. Closer observation revealed the source, a minor wound along her arm where the horseman's attack had grazed her despite his intervention. You're injured, he noted quietly, positioning himself beside her while maintaining the transport technique. Shinoa glanced at the wound dismissively. Minor laceration. Field dressing applied during extraction preparation. The toxins present though minimal, Naruto observed, his sensory abilities detecting the compound's signature. Your system's fighting it effectively, but it's still propagating through peripheral pathways. Standard protocol. Will address it once we reach headquarters, Shinoa replied with practiced nonchalance, though subtle tension in her expression betrayed growing discomfort. Naruto considered the situation carefully. While not immediately life-threatening, the toxin would continue degrading neural function over time, potentially creating significant complications during separate withdrawal operations. Field neutralization would eliminate unnecessary risk while demonstrating genuine cooperative intent rather than mere tactical alliance. I can neutralize it, he offered. The same technique I used for my injury, though scaled appropriately for lower concentration levels. Shinoa's expression reflected understandable skepticism. While floating on a chakra platform hundreds of feet above ground, your LTI tasking capabilities are impressive but perhaps not limitless. The platform maintenance is largely autonomous now that established, Naruto explained. I can allocate sufficient focus for basic healing technique while maintaining aerial stability. Shinoa hesitated, calculating risk factors with impressive objectivity despite personal involvement. The tactical assessment clearly indicated positive cost-benefit ratio. Yet accepting healing from potential strategic rival represented significant trust extension. If you insist, she finally agreed with forced casualness that failed to completely mask genuine relief. Though I maintain this is entirely unnecessary fussing over a scratch, Naruto positioned his hand near her wounded arm without directly touching, respecting appropriate boundaries while establishing sufficient proximity for technique application. This won't hurt, but you might feel unusual sensation as the chakra interacts with your system. He channeled healing Chakra with careful precision, significantly reduced power compared to his self-healing technique, calibrated specifically for human physiological parameters. The golden energy flowed from his palm in gentle waves, surrounding the wound site with warm illumination. Shinoa's eyes widened slightly as the technique activated. "That's unexpected," she murmured, watching as the chakra penetrated the wound, neutralizing toxin components while simultaneously accelerating natural healing processes. The technique enhances your body's natural healing rather than forcing external regeneration, Naruto explained as he worked. It identifies harmful elements while supporting beneficial processes. The healing progressed with remarkable efficiency, toxin neutralized completely while wound closure accelerated to approximately 10 times normal human healing rate. Within minutes, the injury had reduced to barely visible mark, neural function restored to optimal parameters throughout affected pathways. There, Naruto concluded, withdrawing the technique as healing completed. The toxins completely neutralized, and the wound should finish healing naturally within hours rather than days. Shinoa examined her arm with poorly concealed amazement. "That's significantly beyond our medical capabilities," she acknowledged, professional assessment overriding political considerations. Even specialized cursed gear healing techniques require greater time and resource expenditure for similar results. "Medical applications were always my favorite aspect of chakra techniques," Naruto admitted. "Creating rather than destroying, healing rather than harming, it aligns better with my fundamental principles." The comment carried unintended weight in current context, highlighting philosophical divergence between his approach and the militarized structures of both vampire and human societies in this world, where both factions prioritized weapons development and tactical supremacy. Naruto's emphasis on healing represented fundamental paradigm difference. Shinoa studied him with renewed analytical interest. "You're genuinely not aligned with either faction, are you?" she realized. "Your objectives don't match established parameters for either vampire or human strategic goals." "I told you from the beginning," Naruto confirmed. "I'm researching this world's conditions before making longer-term decisions. That includes understanding both sides' perspectives rather than accepting singular narrative." The conversation paused as they approached the designated landing zone, a partially collapsed commercial structure providing elevated position with good visibility across surrounding districts. Naruto guided the chakra platform to smooth descent, maintaining stable configuration until contacting the building's roof section. "Perimeter secure," Kimazuki reported after quick assessment. "No immediate hostile signatures detected within visual range. Horseman pursuit units maintaining position at previous engagement site," Yoichi added, his enhanced visual cursed gear providing long-range observation capability. "They appear to be establishing search pattern rather than direct pursuit." The tactical situation had stabilized temporarily, providing opportunity for separate withdrawal planning. The temporary alliance had served its purpose, ensuring survival against common threat, but political realities remained unchanged despite cooperative engagement. "Well," Shinoa announced with return to casual demeanor, "this has certainly been educational. Your capabilities are even more impressive in practical application than simple demonstration." Naruto Uzumaki. "You fought well too," Naruto acknowledged sincerely. "Your squad functions with exceptional coordination despite your youth. That reflects both good training and strong leadership." The genuine compliment visibly surprised Shinoa, momentarily penetrating her carefully maintained sardonic facade. Before she could formulate appropriate response, however, Krul interjected with practical consideration. "The temporary cooperation proved mutually beneficial," she observed clinically, "but fundamental circumstances remain unchanged. Your orders presumably still include retrieval attempt, while my research objectives require Naruto's continued participation." The direct acknowledgement of underlying politic Reality shifted atmosphere from post-combat camaraderie back toward factional positioning. Shinoa's expression reset to professional neutrality as command responsibilities reasserted priority over personal interaction. True enough, she acknowledged without pretense. Though practical demonstration suggests forcible retrieval falls outside current operational capabilities regardless of standing orders. The pragmatic assessment reflected tactical reality rather than political posturing. Naruto's demonstrated capabilities clearly exceeded their squad's containment parameters, making capture attempt futile without significant reinforcement. Perhaps alternative approach warrants consideration, Naruto suggested, stepping between the factional representatives. Neither forcible recruiting and nor isolated research serves optimal outcome given developing threat parameters. Meaning, Shinoa prompted, though her expression suggested she already anticipated his direction. Cooperative investigation rather than exclusive alignment, Naruto clarified. I continue research with Krul while establishing information exchange protocols with your command structure. Both sides benefit from shared intelligence regarding blood purification techniques and evolving horseman threat parameters. The proposal represented reasonable compromise, maintaining his independence while acknowledging legitimate interests of both factions. Whether political realities would permit such arrangement remained questionable, but the concept provided negotiation framework beyond simple confrontation. An interesting proposition, Shinoa acknowledged, genuine consideration evident despite professional reserve, though implementation would require significant protocol modifications from both command structures. The practical benefits warrant consideration despite political complications, Krul observed with surprising pragmatism. The horseman evolutionary patterns we witnessed represent genuine strategic threat to both our societies. Combined intelligence resources offer superior analysis capability compared to isolated investigation. The temporary alignment of vampire and human strategic assessment created momentary cognitive dissonance among observing squad members. Yuichiro particularly appeared conflicted, fundamental hostility toward vampires challenging practical recognition of legitimate common interest. I'll present the proposal to command structure, Shinoa decided finally. Though I make no guarantees regarding acceptance. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren particularly may have alternative perspective on appropriate protocols. Reasonable, Naruto acknowledged. I maintain similar position regarding vampire research cooperation. Independent assessment while facilitating information exchange represents optimal approach given current limited understanding. The diplomatic framework established, practical withdrawal considerations required immediate attention. With seaman search patterns expanding across surrounding territory, separate departure routes needed careful planning to minimize engagement probability. We'll withdraw toward western approach, Shinoa informed her squad. Returning to command protocols. Standard evasion pattern with cursed gear signature suppression. Rendezvous at checkpoint 7 for headquarters transport. My extraction team will approach from northern quadrant. Krul stated, activating communication system to coordinate with Horn's observation unit. Optimal separation vectors minimize combined signature detection probability. The professional separation proceeded with tactical efficiency, both groups preparing separate withdrawal while maintaining respectful observation of counterparts' preparation. The temporary ants had served immediate survival necessity while establishing potential framework for future cooperation despite fundamental ideological differences. As Shinoa's squad completed withdrawal preparations, she approached Naruto directly, momentarily separating from her team for private communication. That healing technique, she said without preamble, professional curiosity overriding political considerations. Could it work on cursed gear corruption? The question carried significant implications beyond simple medical application. Cursed gear users faced progressive corruption from their demonic weapons, gradual transformation threatening eventual loss of humanity despite tactical advantages provided. Potentially, Naruto answered honestly. The principle applies to any corruption pattern disrupting natural energy flow, though specific application would require detailed understanding of cursed gear mechanisms. Shinoa nodded thoughtfully, processing implications with impressive analytical capacity despite her youth. Interesting. Perhaps our respective research projects share more common ground than initially apparent. Healing rather than destroying offers superior long-term outcomes regardless of specific application, Naruto observed. Both vampires and humans in this world seem focused on elimination strategies rather than restoration approaches. 8 years of AP. Ocalypse tends to narrow strategic thinking towards survival rather than rehabilitation, Shinoa replied, though without her typical sardonic deflection. But perhaps alternative frameworks deserve consideration given new variables. The philosophical acknowledgement represented significant conceptual opening despite maintained political positioning. Before further exploration could develop, however, Kimazuki approached with tactical update. Withdrawal window optimal within next 4 minutes, he reported professionally. Horseman search patterns will intersect our position approximately 17 minutes from now based on current expansion vectors. Shinoa nodded, returning to command mode with practiced transition. Prepare for immediate departure. Standard communication blackout until checkpoint 7. She turned back to Naruto, professional demeanor overlaying genuine curiosity. Until next time, Naruto Uzumaki. I suspect our paths will cross again rather sooner than either faction might prefer. I look forward to it, Naruto replied sincerely. Your perspective offers valuable counterbalance to single-source information. Shinoa's squad departed with tactical precision, disappearing into urban concealment with practiced efficiency that reflected excellent field training despite their youth. Krul approached as they vanished from visual range, her ancient eyes calculate improbable outcomes with centuries of political experience. An interesting development, she observed neutrally. The Hiragi girl shows unexpected flexibility compared to standard command protocols. She prioritizes practical assessment over ideological rigidity, Naruto noted. A rare quality in factional representatives regardless of world or dimension. Indeed, Krul acknowledged. Though, whether her superiors share such pragmatism remains questionable. The Hiragi family maintains power through absolutist doctrine rather than adaptive policy. Horn's extraction team arrived minutes later, moving with vampire precision through concealed approach vectors. The withdrawal proceeded according to established protocols, utilizing urban concealment techniques to minimize detection probability during return transit to Sanguinum. As they traversed the devastated cityscape, Naruto reflected on the day's developments with thoughtful assessment. The combined engagement against evolved horsemen had demonstrated both tactical necessity and practical viability of cross-factional cooperation despite fundamental ideological differences. More significantly, Shinoa's interest in healing applications for cursed gear corruption suggested potential alignment with his own research objectives regarding vampire blood purification. If both corruption patterns shared fundamental similarities despite different manifestations, perhaps unified approach offered superior methodology compared to isolated investigation. The philosophical implications extended beyond simple tactical considerations. Both vampire and human societies in this world had developed elimination strategies regarding perceived enemies, extermination rather than rehabilitation, destruction rather than healing. That NDA mental paradigm reflected understandable trauma response to apocalyptic circumstances, yet perpetuated cycle of conflict without addressing underlying corruptions affecting both societies. As Sanguinum's secured entrance came into view, Naruto's resolution solidified. Whether dimensional displacement had brought him to this world through accident or destiny, his purpose remained consistent with fundamental Nindo, healing rather than destroying, understanding rather than judging, connecting rather than dividing. The path forward would require navigating complex political landscapes while maintaining independent assessment. But the potential outcomes justified strategic patience. If vampire blood purification and cursed gear healing represented different aspects of same fundamental principle, perhaps this broken world offered opportunity for restoration beyond simple survival. Krul observed his thoughtful expression with analytical precision. You're considering implications beyond simple tactical engagement, she noted perceptively. Both sides fight corruption through elimination rather than healing, Naruto replied. Vampires executing defective members, humans destroying those transformed rather than seeking restoration. Neither approach addresses fundamental patterns. 8 centuries of observation suggests some corruptions resist healing regardless of methodology, Krul countered. Though without dismissive finality, though your techniques demonstrate parameters outside established limitations. In my world, we learned that even the most corrupted entities contained potential for restoration when approached with appropriate methodology, Naruto explained. The tailed beasts were considered natural disasters incarnate, mindless forces of destruction requiring containment or weaponization. That perspective proved fundamentally flawed once we established genuine communication rather than simple control mechanisms. Krul processed this philosophical framework with ancient eyes that had witnessed countless ideologies rise and fall across centuries. An interesting perspective, she acknowledged. Though practical application faces significant resistance from established power structures on both sides. Change always does, Naruto agreed without discouragement. But sometimes the most resistant structures prove most dramatically transformed when appropriate catalyst emerges. As they re-entered Sanguinum's secure environment, Naruto sensed subtle shift in Krul's assessment, calculating eyes evaluating not merely his tactical utility but philosophical framework underlying his approach. Whether that evaluation would translate to genuine alignment or merely refined manipulation strategy remained uncertain, but the engagement had established foundation for continued investigation beyond simple factional positioning. The temporary alliance with Shinoa's squad had demonstrated practical viability of cooperation despite ideological differences. More importantly, it had created information exchange pathway that might facilitate cross-factional understanding beyond propagandized narratives that sustained artificial divisions. Within Sanguinum's crimson illumination, Naruto's path forward clarified, not simple alignment with either faction, but catalyzing fundamental paradigm shift regarding corruption and healing across factional boundaries. The journey would face significant resistance from established power structures on both sides, but his experiences with the tailed beasts and Sasuke had demonstrated that even the most entrenched head patterns could transform when approached with appropriate methodology. As Dawn's artificial simulation illuminated the underground city, genuine possibility emerged on the horizon, transcending factional conflict through fundamental healing rather than perpetuating destruction cycles that had devastated this world for 8 years and counting. The Crimson Dawn represented not merely another day in apocalyptic conflict, but potential emergence of alternative paradigm addressing underlying corruptions rather than simply eliminating their manifestations. Whether that potential would manifest or falter remained uncertain, but the path forward had crystallized through shared combat and unexpected alliance. Healing rather than destroying, understanding rather than judging, connecting rather than dividing. The Nindo that had transformed Naruto's world might yet catalyze similar transformation in this broken dimension, one corrupted blood sample and one cursed weapon at a time. Chapter 3 End Naruto, Crimson Sage. Chapter 4. Diplomatic Shadows. 3 days after the Horseman encounter, Naruto stood before a massive fortified gateway marking the primary entrance to Shibuya, the Japan's Imperial Demon Army's headquarters and humanity's most fortified stronghold in this broken world. Steel-reinforced concrete walls stretched 30 meters high, topped with advanced surveillance stems and manned by soldiers carrying both conventional weapons and the cursed gear he'd witnessed during his encounter with Shinoa's squad. The journey from Sanguinum had required careful negotiation. Krul had initially opposed direct contact with human leadership, citing legitimate security concerns. Only after establishing specific diplomatic parameters, including scheduled return timeline, emergency extraction protocols, and information sharing limitations, had she reluctantly authorized the diplomatic mission. Remember, she had cautioned during their final briefing, Crimson Eyes intense with centuries of political experience. The Hiragi family maintains power through controlled information and strategic exploitation. They will attempt to manipulate your perceptions while extracting maximum intelligence regarding your capabilities. Naruto had simply nodded. I've dealt with power-hungry leadership before. Now, facing the imposing military installation with its massive Jita banners fluttering in the breeze. He reflected on how this visit represented a calculated risk. The human military undoubtedly had their own agenda regarding his abilities, yet first-hand observation both factions proved necessary for truly independent assessment. A military delegation awaited him at the designated neutral zone before the gates, 8 soldiers in formal uniforms surrounding a Ender woman with pale blonde hair pulled into a tight bun. Her expression remained professionally neutral as she approached, though Naruto detected subtle tension in her posture. Naruto Uzumaki, she greeted with formal correctness. Neither friendly nor hostile. I am Major Aoi Sangu, assigned as your liaison during this diplomatic consultation. Lieutenant Colonel Guren awaits your arrival for initial briefing. No mention of Shinoa despite her squad's direct involvement in establishing this meeting. Interesting omission that likely reflected internal political considerations. Thank you for arranging this visit. Naruto replied with diplomatic neutrality. I appreciate the opportunity to observe both perspectives in this world's conflict. Aoi's expression revealed nothing, but the slight narrowing of her eyes suggested disapproval of his implied neutrality. Security protocols require standard processing before facility access. Please follow me. The processing proved extensive, yet professionally conducted. Biometric scanning, equipment assessment, and what appeared to be supernatural energy detection protocols. Throughout the procedure, Naruto maintained cooperative demeanor, while observing security systems with professional interest. The installation combined advanced technology with mystical elements, cursed gear signatures embedded within standard security infrastructure. Your chakra signature exceeds our classification parameters, noted a technician with clinical detachment. The system registers it as neither human nor vampire, but containing elements mathematically similar to both plus unknown components. That's accurate, Naruto acknowledged. Chakra combines physical and spiritual energy in ways unique to my dimension. The technician made notations without further comment, though Naruto sensed his scientific curiosity beneath professional reserve. After completing final verification protocols, Aoi resumed escort duties, leading him through the massive gates into Shibuya proper. The contrast with Sanguinum proved immediately striking. Where vampire society emphasized ancient aesthetics merged with functional modernity, Shibuya represented militarized efficiency, every aspect of its design prioritizing defense and resource optimization over comfort or beauty. Buildings combined concrete fortification with prefabricated components, while uniformed personnel moved with disciplined purpose through designated transit corridors. Most notable, however, were the children. Unlike Sanguinum's livestock areas where young humans moved with subdued resignation, Shibuya's children displayed structured purpose, many in military training formations despite their youth, others engaged in what appeared to be technical education conducted with assembly line efficiency. Your society starts military training quite young, Naruto observed, watching a group of approximately 10-year-olds practicing formation drills under the supervision of teenage instructors. The apocalypse virus primarily affected adults, Aoi replied matter-of-factly. Our demographic reality necessitates accelerated development protocols. Children represent our primary resource for maintaining operational capability against vampire aggression. The clinical assessment carried concerning implications regarding this society's perspective on childhood development. Though phrased in terms of necessity, the underlying philosophy suggested systematic militarization of youth experience beyond simple survival requirements. Their route took them through Shibuya's center, Al district where military administration buildings surrounded a parade ground currently occupied by formation drilling troops. The disciplined precision of their movements spoke to rigorous training regimens, while the cursed gear carried by officer-rank personnel radiated distinctive demonic signatures that Naruto's enhanced senses detected easily. Your weapon systems rely heavily on demonic contracts, he noted, observing the pattern distribution among rank hierarchies. Do the psychological effects create long-term stability concerns? Aoi cast him a sharp glance, clearly surprised by his perception. Cursed gear deployment follows strict psychological assessment protocols. Only candidates demonstrating appropriate resistance capabilities receive combat class equipment. Her tone suggested recitation of official doctrine rather than personal assessment. They approached a massive administrative complex at Shibuya's center, an imposing structure combining traditional Japanese architectural elements with modern fortress design. Unlike surrounding utilitarian buildings, this headquarters projected deliberate symbolism, power, tradition, and unquestioned authority embodied in architectural form. The Hiragi Administrative Center, Aoi identified as they passed through multiple security checkpoints. Lieutenant Colonel Guren's office is located in the eastern wing, though our initial briefing will occur in secured conference facilities. The interior maintained the exterior's symbolic messaging, traditional elements like calligraphy scrolls and ceremonial weapons display. Alongside advanced military technology and strategic planning systems. Personnel moved with deferential efficiency, rank hierarchies clearly defined through uniform variations and behavioral protocols. After navigating multiple security corridors, they reached a conference facility guarded by elite soldiers carrying specialized cursed gear. Their weapons radiated particularly potent demonic C.G. natures, significantly stronger than standard-issue equipment observed during their approach. "Wait here," Aoi instructed as identification protocols were completed. "Lieutenant Colonel Gurren will arrive shortly." Left momentarily alone in the conference room, Naruto assessed the environment with professional attention. The space combined interrogation functionality with diplomatic presentation, comfortable enough to maintain protocol appearances while incorporating multiple surveillance systems and strategic containment features. Cursed gear signatures embedded within the walls suggested Sup.ER natural containment capabilities beyond standard security measures. He had just completed this assessment when the doors opened to admit a striking woman with blue-purple hair and commanding presence. Unlike Aoi's rigid formality, this officer moved with confident authority that required no artificial reinforcement. Her uniform bore distinctive custom modifications, while the cursed gear at her side radiated unusually controlled demonic signature, power harmonized through discipline rather than mere suppression. "Naruto Uzumaki," she greeted directly, bypassing standard formalities. "I'm Lieutenant Colonel Gurren, Special Operations Commander for the Japanese Imperial Demon Army. Your arrival has created quite the stir in our intelligence community." Her directness refreshed after Aoi's carefully measured interactions. Naruto responded in kind. "I appreciate your willingness to arrange this meeting despite the unusual circumstances." "Unusual is an understatement," Gurren replied with sardonic amusement, taking a seat across from him. Dimensional traveler with unknown abilities cooperating with vampire leadership while maintaining neutrality claims. Our classification systems practically short-circuited trying to categorize you. Her casual acknowledgement of bureaucratic limitations suggested pragmatic perspective rather than rigid ideological alignment. Interesting contra. Same to Aoi's careful adherence to official protocols. Classifications often create more limitations than clarity, Naruto observed, especially when dealing with unprecedented situations. Gurren's smile held genuine appreciation for the observation. "Precisely why I requested handling your case personally rather than subjecting you to standard intelligence processing. Bureaucracy excels at force deployment but fails spectacularly when confronting genuine novelty." Before Naruto could respond, the doors opened again to admit a tall, imposing man whose presence immediately transformed the room's atmosphere. Where Gurren projected practical authority, this individual radiated calculated power, every aspect of his appearance and movement designed to communicate absolute control. His uniform incorporated distinctive elements marking superior rank, while the ceremonial sword at his side carried demonic signature so potent that Naruto instinctively assessed containment parameters. "Kurto Hiragi," Gurren identified, rising with formal respect though Naruto detected subtle tension in her posture. "Lieutenant General and Chief of the Japanese Imperial Demon Army." Kurto's penetrating Z assessed Naruto with clinical detachment, revealing nothing of his internal evaluation. "So this is our interdimensional visitor. Less physically distinctive than reports suggested." The deliberate dismissiveness represented standard psychological tactic, attempting to establish dominance through implied disappointment. Naruto had encountered similar approaches from political figures throughout his career, particularly those who relied on intimidation rather than genuine leadership. "Appearances rarely reflect capability accurately," Naruto replied evenly. "Something true across all dimensions of encountered." A fractional tightening around Kurto's eyes suggested the response registered differently than anticipated. He took the central seat at the conference table, positioning that symbolically claimed command authority while physically centering attention. "Let's dispense with diplomatic circuitry," he stated with calculated directness. "Your abilities represent significant strategic variable in an already complex conflict environment. The Vampire Queen doesn't extend research access without expecting substantial return on investment. What exactly does Krul Tepes want from you?" The blunt approach confirmed Krul's assessment of Hiragi methodology, direct pressure-seeking information extraction rather than relationship building. Naruto maintained neutral positioning while considering appropriate response level. "My research with Krul focuses on vampire blood properties," he answered, providing information already leaked through Farad's channels while withholding critical details. My chakra demonstrates interesting effects on certain aspects of their biology. We're exploring potential applications under controlled conditions. Applications, Kurto repeated with skeptical emphasis. Vampires don't conduct research without military objectives. What capabilities are they attempting to develop through your participation? The underlying assumption reveal. D. Significant perspective difference between human and vampire characterizations. Where Krul described human leadership as ruthlessly exploitative, Kurto similarly portrayed vampire research as exclusively militaristic, each side projecting their own methodologies onto their opponents. The research focuses on purification rather than weaponization, Naruto clarified. My chakra appears capable of addressing certain corrupted elements within vampire blood. The potential applications include reducing negative aspects of their condition rather than enhancing combat capabilities. This revelati created visible impact. Gurren's expression registering genuine surprise while Kurto's carefully controlled features revealed momentary calculation before resetting to neutral assessment. Purification, Kurto repeated carefully. You're suggesting potential cure for vampirism. Not cure in the sense of complete reversal, Naruto qualified. Rather, selective modification addressing specific, corrupted elements while maintaining stabilized components. The research remains preliminary, with significant technical challenges regarding application methodology. The information clearly triggered intensive strategic recalculation. Kurto exchanged glance with Gurren that communicated complex assessment beyond verbal expression. After brief consideration, he shifted approach with seamless tactical adjustment. Such research holds obvious value, he acknowledged, though its strategic implications vary dramatically depending on implementation parameters. What exactly does purified vampire blood represent? Humanized vampires are something else entirely. The question demonstrated sharp strategic insight, correctly identifying that vampire purification could represent either extinction or transformation depending on specific outcome parameters. Naruto recognized the assessment capacity beneath Kurto's intimidating exterior. This man's danger stemmed from intelligence rather than merely position. The desired outcome involves maintaining immortality aspects while reducing bloodlust and psychological corruption, Naruto explained, revealing information Krul had already authorized for potential disclosure. Essentially addressing parasitic elements while preserving beneficial components. Creating immortals without predatory requirements, Kurto summarized with clinical precision. Fascinating research objective with obvious appeal to vampire leadership. Though one wonders why Krul Tepes would pursue transformation that fundamentally alters her society's power structure. The observation demonstrated genuine political insight. Vampire society's hierarchical structure relied partially on bloodlust management as control mechanism, progenitors maintaining authority through superior control over predatory instincts. Successful purification would potentially undermine these established power dynamics. Krul's motivations involve complex factors beyond simple power maintenance. Naruto replied diplomatically. Like all leaders, her decisions balance multiple objectives simultaneously. Indeed, Kurto agreed with predatory smile. The question becomes what other objectives might supersede standard power preservation instinct, particularly objectives involving 8 centuries of specialized research. The reference clearly targeted something specific. Kurto possessed intelligence regarding Krul's long-term research activities beyond standard vampire blood studies. Whether this information came from Farad's network or independent sources remained unclear. But its precision suggested detailed knowledge rather than mere speculation. I've shared what information diplomatic protocols permit regarding the research, Naruto stated, acknowledging the probe. Without providing additional disclosure, my presence here seeks balanced understanding rather than factional alignment. Kurto studied him with renewed intensity, reassessing based on this limited but firm boundary establishment. After calculating momentary silence, he shifted approach again, tactical flexibility demonstrating genuine strategic capability beneath authoritarian presentation. Your diplomatic restraint is noted, he acknowledged. Perhaps we should approach this discussion from different angle. Your abilities clearly exceed standard classifications in our world. Shinoa's rep. Ort indicated transportation capabilities, energy projection, and enhanced healing techniques beyond cursed gear parameters. Would you be willing to provide demonstration under controlled conditions? The request represented reasonable compromise between intelligence gathering and diplomatic respect. Naruto considered appropriate demonstration parameters, revealing sufficient capability to establish respectful relationship without disclosing tactically exploitable details. I can demonstrate basic capabilities, he agreed. Though certain techniques require contextual understanding beyond simple observation. Excellent. Kurto approved, rising from his seat with decisive movement. Our research division has prepared appropriate facilities for capability assessment. Lieutenant Colonel G. Uran will oversee the demonstration personally. The efficient transition suggested predetermined protocol regardless of conversation outcome. Kurto had anticipated demonstration request acceptance and prepared accordingly. His strategic planning incorporated multiple response pathways rather than linear progression, marking sophisticated tactical thinking. They proceeded through secured corridor RS to specialized research wing where scientific personnel awaited in laboratory environments significantly more advanced than surrounding military infrastructure. The facility combined medical equipment, NT with supernatural detection systems and what appeared to be cursed gear research apparatus. Our supernatural research division, Gurren explained as they entered Central Assessment Chamber. Normally restricted to classified projects, but modified for your demonstration under my direct supervision. The chamber featured open central space surrounded by observation equipment and monitoring systems. Scientific personnel operated stations with professional efficiency, while security units maintained discreet presence at strategic positions. The entire setup projected calculated blend of scientific curiosity and military caution. What capabilities would you prefer demonstrated first? Naruto inquired, establishing cooperative tone while maintaining initiative control. Basic energy projection would establish useful baseline. Gurren suggested, deferring to scientific lead for specific parameters. A researcher approached with clipboard and formal demeanor. Our detection systems have been calibrated for multi-spectrum analysis. If you could begin with standardized energy projection at approximately 20% capacity, then increment by 20% intervals for comparative assessment. Reasonable protocol for scientific measurement while maintaining safety parameters. Naruto moved to chamber center, establishing stable positioning before channeling basic chakra mani. Festation. Blue energy forming visible aura around his hands at carefully controlled output levels. Fascinating, murmured the lead researcher, monitoring instrument readings. The energy signature C contains harmonized spiritual and physical components in balanced configuration. Unlike cursed gear which prioritizes spiritual corruption, this maintains perfect equilibrium between material and ethereal elements. Naruto increased output systematically, allowing measurement systems to record comparative data at each level. The researchers worked with increasing excitement as readings exceeded standard parameters, requiring calibration adjustments at higher output levels. The scaling relationship remains proportional rather than exponential, noted one technician with professional appreciation. Controlled modulation rather than threshold-based output variation. Significantly more efficient than cursed gear energy management. Can you demonstrate application variations? Requested the lead researcher. Our readings suggest potential for specialized manifestation beyond general output. Naruto demonstrated basic elemental transformations, converting standard chakra into wind, water, and earth manifestations sequentially. The transformations created visible excitement among research staff, instruments recording distinctive signature variations for each elemental form. Complete transmutational control, observed a senior researcher with barely contained enthusiasm. The base energy reconfigures at fundamental level rather than merely adopting superficial characteristics. Implications for our cursed gear modification research are significant. The controlled demonstration continued with various applications, shadow clones demonstrating duplication capability, transform it. Ion technique showing appearance modification potential, and basic sealing demonstration using prepared scrolls Naruto had brought specifically for this purpose. Throughout the exhibition, Kurto OBS served from elevated position with calculated assessment, while Gurren maintained closer proximity, her professional interest gradually overcoming initial suspicion as capabilities demonstrated practical applications beyond simple combat potential. These techniques, she inquired during brief pause between demonstrations, they're standardized in your world. Available to multiple practitioners rather than unique to yourself. Many are standard shinobi techniques taught to all qualified ninja, Naruto confirmed. Though proficiency levels vary based on individual aptitude and chakra capacity, some specialized techniques remain limited to specific bloodlines or require unique physical conditions. Systematic rather than arbitrary, Gurren noted with professional appreciation. Unlike our Orst gear which relies on individual demonic contracts with unpredictable variations. The observation highlighted fundamental difference between chakra systems and this world's supernatural power mechanisms. Where shinobi techniques followed established principles with consistent methodology, cursed gear represented individual bargains with unpredictable entities, systematized versus personalized power structures. As the technical demonstration concluded, Naruto sensed subtle shift in observation priorities, the scientific assessment giving way to more specific application interest among military personnel. Kurto particularly showed increased attention when capabilities demonstrated strategic rather than merely tactical applications. Your duplication technique, he noted during final assessment discussion. The copies appear fully functional rather than mere projections. What limitations govern their deployment parameters? The question targeted obvious military application, force multiplication through autonomous duplication representing significant tactical advantage. Naruto provided accurate but measured response, acknowledging capability while emphasizing skill requirement. That prevented simple replication by this world's military. Shadow clones divide chakra equally among all copies, he explained. Creating functional duplicates requires substantial energy reserves and precise control. Most shinobi can create only a handful before experiencing dangerous chakra depletion. Yet you demonstrated 20 simultaneously without apparent strain, Kurto observed with clinical precision, suggesting either exceptional capacity or enhanced efficiency parameters. Both, Naruto acknowledged without elaboration. No need to explain Kurama's contribution to his exceptional reserves or the specialized training that had developed his control capabilities. The demonstration complete, they returned to conference facilities for continued discussion. The dynamic had shifted subtly. Kurto's assessment now incorporating demonstrated capabilities rather than merely reported parameters. His approach adjusted accordingly, transitioning from interrogative to collaborative framing. Your abilities clearly offer significant applications beyond research context, he observed as they resumed conference positioning. The healing techniques particularly suggest potential benefits regarding our most pressing medical challenges. The opening represented calculated recruitment approach, identifying potential contribution areas aligned with humanitarian rather than merely military objectives. Sophisticated psychological targeting based on Naruto's demonstrated priorities during capability exhibition. Medical applications were always my primary interest, Naruto acknowledged. Recognizing the approach without rejecting potential cooperation outright. Healing techniques offer immediate benefit without complex ethical considerations that combat applications present. Precisely why I suggested medical demonstration next, Gurren interjected with practical focus. Our field hospital currently houses soldiers injured during recent horseman containment operation. Their injuries include contamination effects resistant to standard treatment protocols. The invitation balanced humanitarian appeal with practical assessment opportunity, allowing Naruto to demonstrate healing capabilities in legitimate medical context while providing valuable intelligence regarding technique parameters. Well-constructed approach that respected his stated priorities while serving military assessment objectives. I'd be willing to assist injured personnel, Naruto agreed. Though I should note that healing techniques vary based on specific injury characteristics. Some conditions respond better to certain approaches than others. Understood. Gurren acknowledged with professional appreciation for the technical qualification. Our medical division has prepared comprehensive documentation regarding injury patterns and previous treatment attempts. Their assessment should provide necessary context for optimal technique application. They proceeded to medical facilities located in separate wing, the environment transitioning from military efficiency to clinical functionality as they entered treatment areas. Unlike the demonstration chamber's controlled scientific atmosphere, the field hospital projected genuine medical urgency, personnel moving with purposeful intensity as they managed multiple treatment priorities simultaneously. The lead physician, a serious man with practical demeanor and tired eyes, greeted them without ceremonial formality. Lieutenant Colonel, the specialized cases are prepared for consultation as requested. Full documentation available for review before treatment attempt. Gurren made introductions with professional efficiency, explaining Naruto's unique capabilities while establishing appropriate medical protocols. The physician, Dr. Yamanaka, according to her identification, displayed skeptical professionalism rather than immediate acceptance, requesting specific capability parameters before permitting patient interaction. Our primary concern involves neurotoxin persistence in cases exposed to specialized horseman variants, she explained, reviewing medical documentation with clinical precision. Standard neutralization protocols demonstrate limited efficacy, while cursed gear healing techniques exacerbate corruption patterns in approximately 60% of applications. Naruto reviewed the provided documentation with careful attention. The injury patterns matched what he'd observed during the horseman encounter. Specialized neurotoxins designed to resist standard treatment while creating progressive deterioration in affected neural pathways. The corruption signature particularly interested him, similar patterns to what he'd observed in vampire blood, suggesting potential connection between horseman development and vampire origins. I'd like to examine a patient directly, he requested. Physical assessment provides information beyond documentation review. Dr. Yamanaka led them to isolation ward where 6 soldiers occupied specialized treatment beds, monitoring equipment displaying concerning vital patterns while containment fields surrounded each patient. The soldiers exhibited various stages of neurotoxin progression, from minor tremors in recent cases to advanced neurological deterioration in patients exposed several weeks earlier. This patient represents optimal test case, drive, Yamanaka indicated, approaching a young male soldier whose condition showed intermediate progression. Exposure occurred approximately 9 days ago during Eastern District Patrol. Standard neutralization protocols administered within acceptable timeframe, but deterioration continues at predicted rate. Naruto approached the patient, extending his sensory awareness to evaluate the corruption pattern directly. The neurotoxin signature registered immediately, similar to what he'd experienced personally during the horseman attack, though this variant demonstrated enhanced resistance to natural immune response. The toxin incorporates adaptive properties, he observed, tracing corruption pathways through the patient's system. It modifies structure based on treatment attempts, developing specific resistance to applied countermeasures. Correct, drive, Yamanaka confirmed with surprised approval. Each neutralization attempt produces temporary improvement followed by accelerated adaptation. Our latest treatment cycle demonstrates effectiveness duration of approximately 14 hours before renewed deterioration. Naruto considered appropriate treatment approach. Standard medical ninjutsu would likely trigger similar adaptation response, while basic purification techniques risked incomplete neutralization leading to enhanced resistance. The situation required specialized application combining multiple approaches simultaneously. I'll need to combine diagnostic and treatment techniques, he explained, positioning his hands above the patient's chest. The first phase maps corruption pathways, while the second applies neutralization components calibrated to specific toxin configuration. Proceed, drive, Yamanaka authorized, activating recording equipment to document the procedure. Naruto channeled medical chakra with precise control, golden energy flowing from his palms in carefully modulated waves. The diagnostic phase revealed comprehensive corruption mapping. The neurotoxin had established primary concentration in the patient's brainstem with secondary pathways extending throughout peripheral nervous system. The toxin targets regulatory centers first, he observed, sharing diagnostic findings as he worked. Autonomic function degradation creates cascading failures in dependent systems while avoiding immediate critical damage that would trigger emergency medical intervention. Designed for prolonged incapacitation rather than immediate lethality, Gurren noted with professional assessment. Consistent with observed horseman tactical evolution, they're optimizing for resource acquisition rather than simple predation. The observation carried disturbing implications regarding horseman intelligence development. Evolutionary shift from killing to incapacitating prey Augusted strategic rather than merely instinctive adaptation, planning for resource management rather than immediate consumption. Having completed comprehensive mapping, Naruto transitioned to treat me. NT phase. specialized healing technique combining purification components with adaptive regeneration elements. The golden chakra intensified, penetrating corruption pathways with precision targeting at addressed specific toxin configurations rather than applying generalized neutralization. The technique identifies toxin adaptation mechanisms and targets them directly, he explained as he worked. Rather than fighting the specific chemical composition, it disrupts the adaptation capability itself, preventing reconfiguration during neutralization process. The approach demonstrated immediate effectiveness. Corruption pathways illuminated as the specialized chakra engaged directly with adaptation mechanisms, systematically disabling reconfiguration capability before neutralizing the toxin itself. Monitoring equipment registered immediate improvement in neural function as treatment progressed. Remarkable. Drive. Yamanaka acknowledged. Professional reserve temporarily forgotten as she observed real-time neural regeneration. The corruption isn't simply neutralized. The technique is actively restoring damaged pathways simultaneously. Healing should address both cause and effect, Naruto explained. Maintaining concentration on the technique. Removing the toxin without repairing its damage leaves unnecessary vulnerability during recovery phase. The treatment continued for approximately 15 minutes, progressing from critical regulatory centers outward through peripheral systems until complete toxin neutralization had been achieved. Naruto maintained careful monitoring throughout the process, ensuring comprehensive elimination rather than surface-level suppression that might permit future adaptation. Treatment complete, he announced, withdrawing the technique as final corruption traces dissipated. The toxin has been fully neutralized and damaged neural pathways restored to approximately 90% of baseline function. Natural healing should complete remaining restoration within 48 to 72 hours. Dr. Yamanaka immediately conducted comprehensive assessment, comparing neural function readings with baseline measurements while testing response patterns through specialized equipment. Her professional skepticism gave way to genuine amazement as results confirmed Naruto's assessment. Complete neutralization confirmed, she announced with clinical precision despite obvious excitement. Neural function restoration significantly exceeds best-case projections for conventional treatment. No detectable toxin traces remaining in primary or secondary systems. The successful demonstration created immediate impact among observing medical personnel. Whispered conversations spread through the treatment area as implications registered, potential breakthrough regarding their most challenging treatment-resistant condition. Could this technique be applied to the other patients? Dr. Yamanaka inquired, professional focus immediately shifting to remaining cases, particularly the advanced progression cases that have resisted all previous treatment attempts. Yes, though advanced cases will require modified approach, Naruto confirmed. Longer-term corruption creates additional complications requiring specialized techniques for neural regeneration components. Kurto, who had observed the demonstration with calculating assessment, interjected with practical question. What are the resource requirements for treating all affected personnel? Do you require recovery period between applications? The question balanced legitimate medical planning with strategic capability assessment, determining both immediate application potential and longer-term resource management parameters. Naruto appreciated the practical approach despite recognizing the underlying evaluation objective. I can treat the remaining patients without significant recovery requirements, he assured them. Though advanced cases will require approximately twice the treatment duration to address extended damage patterns. With authorization from both medical and military leadership, Naruto proceeded to treat the remaining patients, adjusting techniques based on specific progression patterns and toxin variations. Each case presented unique challenges requiring specialized approach, particularly the advanced patients whose neural degradation had progressed to critical levels. Throughout the treatment process, Dr. Yamanaka documented technique variations with professional thoroughness, while Gurren observed with increasingly thoughtful assessment. Kurto maintained more distant observation position, though his attention never wavered, calculating strategic implications as each successful treatment demonstrated consistent methodology rather than random application. AF. Chair completing the final patient, an advanced case requiring nearly 40 minutes of sustained treatment, Naruto felt moderate chakra depletion despite his exceptional reserves. The specialized technique's required precise control maintained over extended duration, creating significant energy expenditure despite efficient application methodology. All patients successfully treated, drive. Yamanaka confirmed after completing final assessment. Neural function restoration exceeds optimal projection in all cases, with advanced patients showing particularly significant improvement compared to predicted outcome parameters. The achievement created palpable atmosphere shift among medical personnel. Hope replacing resigned determination as treatment-resistant condition demonstrated vulnerability to appropriate intervention. For many, this represented first unqualified success after weeks or months of frustrating partial improvements followed by inevitable deterioration. Your healing capabilities exceed anything our cursed gear techniques can achieve, Gurin acknowledged with professional respect. Particularly regarding corruption neutralization without secondary damage patterns that plague our demon-based healing methodologies. Quote, different energy systems produce different results, Naruto explained, accepting water offered by medical staff. Chakra harmonizes physical and spiritual components rather than forcing compatibility between fundamentally opposed elements like your cursed gear techniques. The observation highlighted fundamental difference between their respective power systems. Where chakra represented natural energy harmonization, cursed gear relied on controlled corruption, demonic power temporarily directed toward beneficial application despite inherently corrupting nature. Following the successful medical demonstration, they returned to conference facilities for continued discussion. The dynamic had shifted significantly, medical achievement establishing Naruto's capabilities as genuinely beneficial rather than merely militarily significant. Kurto's approach adjusted accordingly, emphasizing collaborative potential rather than assessment parameters. Healing techniques clearly offer substantial benefits beyond research applications, he observed as discussion resumed. The successful treatment of neurotoxin cases represents significant medical breakthrough with immediate practical applications. I'm pleased the techniques proved effective, Naruto acknowledged sincerely. Healing applications have always represented chakra's most meaningful purpose despite its development during conflict periods. Which raises obvious question regarding potential knowledge transfer, Kurto continued smoothly. Could these techniques be taught to our medical personnel? Or do they require your specific chakra system for implementation? The question targeted legitimate knowledge-sharing possibility while probing fundamental capability transfer potential. Naruto provided honest assessment without unnecessary limitation implications. The techniques require chakra specifically, he explained. Your world's energy systems differ fundamentally. From shinobi chakra, cursed gear particularly operates through corruption management rather than natural harmonization. However, he added, recognizing legitimate medical need, I could develop special IZED applications designed specifically for your practitioners working within existing energy parameters. This compromise offered genuine collaboration potential without impossible capability transfer promises. Kurto appeared to appreciate the realistic assessment rather than diplomatic deflection, nodding thoughtfully as he considered implementation possibilities. A reasonable approach meriting further exploration, he acknowledged. Perhaps dedicated research team could work with you on developing these specialized applications while you continue your primary research objectives. The proposal represented significant collaboration expansion, moving beyond simple capability demonstration toward genuine knowledge exchange. While clearly serving JIDA's interests, the medical application NS aligned sufficiently with Naruto's ethical principles to justify consideration. I'd be willing to work with qualified medical personnel on specialized technique development, Naruto agreed, establishing cooperative framework while maintaining independence. Though my primary research commitments require balanced time allocation between projects. Of course, Kurto acknowledged smoothly. Balanced approach benefits all parties. Major Sangbu will coordinate scheduling parameters to accommodate both research objectives. Aoi, who had maintained professional silence throughout the demonstrations, stepped forward with clipboard containing preliminary scheduling framework. I've prepared proposed allocation model for your review. Standard diplomatic protocols include 3-day residency cycles with equivalent research allocation between facilities. The structured approach reflected military efficiency while respecting diplomatic necessities. Naruto reviewed the proposed schedule, noting reasonable balance between research commitments while maintaining sufficient flexibility for unexpected developments. This framework seems workable, he acknowledged, returning the documentation. Though I'd request medical research priority over military applications given immediate benefit potential. Noted, Aoi confirmed, making appropriate adjustments to the schedule. Medical Divas. ION will receive priority allocation during initial implementation phase. With formal framework established, the meeting transitioned toward logistical details, accommodation arrangements, security protocols, and communication parameters. Throughout this process, Naruto observed subtle hierarchical interactions between Kurto, Gurren, and Aoi, the formal chain of command overlaid with personal dynamics suggesting complex relationships beneath professional surfaces. Kurto departed following framework establishment, citing command responsibilities while delegating implementation details to Gurren and Aoi. His final assessment of Naruto combined professional respect with calculated assessment, acknowledging demonstrated capabilities while clearly continuing strategic evaluation regarding long-term implications. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren will oversee your research integration personally, he stated as parting directive. Her specialized knowledge regarding both medical applications and Phi.LD implementation offers optimal coordination capability. The assignment suggested significant trust in Gurren's judgment despite her position below several ranking officials in formal hierarchy. Interesting delegation that potentially revealed personal assessment superseding organizational structure in Kurto's decision methodology. With framework established and leadership departure, practical implementation began immediately, Aoi coordinating administrative requirements while Gurren handled strategic integration aspects. The efficiency impressed Naruto, though the underlying caution remained evident despite cooperative appearances. Your assigned quarters are located in diplomatic wing, Aoi informed him as they proceeded through administrative processing. Standard security protocols apply, though your status authorizes expanded facility access compared to conventional diplomatic visitors. The referenced wing occupied separate section of the administrative complex, physically connected to main structures while maintaining distinct security parameters. Unlike the utilitarian design dominating most installations, this area incorporated greater comfort considerations without sacrificing functional security. You'll meet with Medical Division tomorrow morning to establish technique development parameters, Aoi continued, reviewing implementation schedule with professional thoroughness. Afternoon sessions include research integration planning with specialized division heads, followed by formal documentation protocols regarding knowledge exchange frameworks. The structure-read approach reflected military precision rather than academic flexibility, each component scheduled with specific objectives and defined deliverables. Different methodology than Sanguinum's research approach, which emphasized extended exploration rather than predetermined outcome targets. Will Shinoa's squad be involved in any aspects of this implementation? Naruto inquired, noting their conspicuous absence despite their direct role in establishing initial contact. Aoi's expression revealed nothing, though momentary hesitation suggested political consideration. Squad Shinoa is currently deployed on specialized assignment. Lieutenant Colonel Gurren can address any coordination requirements regarding field implementation aspects. The carefully neutral response concealed whatever political complications surrounded Shinoa's absence. Given her familial connection to Kurto and her direct experience with Naruto's capabilities, her exclusion from current proceedings suggested internal political considerations beyond simple operational requirements. After completing administrative processing, Aoi conducted formal facility tour, providing orientation regarding essential locations establishing appropriate access parameters. Throughout this process, Naruto observed both obvious security measures and more subtle surveillance systems integrated throughout the installation. The research wing operates continuous schedules, Aoi explained as they passed laboratories filled with technical personnel. Priority projects maintain dedicated teams working rotational shifts to maximize development efficiency. Unlike Sanguinum's research approach emphasizing individual expertise applied to specialized projects, JIDA's methodology emphasized industrial efficiency, multiple teams applying standardized protocols toward predetermined objectives. Different philosophical approach reflecting fundamental cultural differences between vampire and human societies. The tour concluded at diplomatic quarters, comfortable accommodations balancing visitor requirements with security considerations. The assigned suite contained standard amenities plus specialized communication systems and research documentation facilities. These quarters meet diplomatic standards while providing necessary research support, Aoi informed him, activating systems with security clearance. Communication. Terminals connect directly to coordination staff for any requirements or scheduling adjustments. Naruto noted subtle but comprehensive surveillance systems integrated throughout the quarters, visual monitoring in common areas, audio systems covering all spaces, and what appeared to be specialized energy detection equipment embedded within architectural elements. Expected security measures given his unique status, though their sophistication suggested significant resources allocated to his monitoring. Thank you for the comprehensive orientation, he acknowledged as Aoi completed systems activation. The facilities should provide everything necessary for effective research integration. Excellent, Aoi confirmed with professional satisfaction. Staff will provide notification 30 minutes before tomorrow's initial consultation. If you require anything before then, communication systems remain continuously monitored. With formal orientation complete, Aoi departed, leaving Naruto to settle into assigned quarters while processing the day's observations. The human military installation had proved both expected and surprising, organizational efficiency matching anticipated parameters. While individual personalities demonstrated greater complexity than factional stereotypes suggested. Kurto particularly presented interesting contrast to Krul's characterization. While clearly authoritarian and strategically calculating, his leadership demonstrated pragmatic adaptation rather than rigid ideology, recognizing genuine benefit potential in Naruto's healing capabilities beyond simple military application. Different methodology than Krul's ancient calculation, but equally sophisticated in strategic assessment. Gurren represented another complexity layer, her practical authority, appearing somewhat independent from formal hierarchy, suggesting personal capability recognition rather than merely positional authority. Her assessment of Naruto's demonstrations had focused on functional applications rather than political implications, professional soldier rather than political operative despite her senior position. Most notable, however, were the children, their systematic integration into military structure representing fundamental philosophical difference from Sanguinum's livestock approach. While vampire society treated humans as resources to be managed, human leadership transformed children into soldiers through accelerated development protocols. Different manifestations of similar underlying perspective, young lives as assets serving societal continuation rather than individuals with autonomous development rights. As evening approached by installation chronology, Naruto extended his sensory awareness throughout the facility, mapping personnel movements and energy signatures while establishing comprehensive situational awareness. The installation operated with continuous activity regardless of time period, research divisions particularly maintaining uninterrupted operations despite shift rotations. Among the various signatures, one pattern caught his particular attention: familiar energy configuration moving through restricted area with purposeful direction. Shinoa Hiragi, despite reported deployment status, currently navigated service corridors approximately 3 levels below his position, her movement suggesting deliberate concealment rather than authorized transit. Interesting development suggesting internal political complications beyond official reporting. Her deliberate approach toward diplomatic wing while avoiding standard transit routes indicated unofficial contact attempt rather than coincidental presence. Given Aoi's careful non-answer regarding her status, this likely represented factional maneuvering outside official channels. Naruto continued monitoring her approach, her signature accompanied by single additional presence he recognized as the quiet archer from her squad, Yoichi. Their movement patterns demonstrated practice, familiarity with surveillance blind spots, suggesting routine utilization of unofficial transit methods rather than spontaneous improvisation. Within approximately 12 minutes, subtle knock sound. Dead at service entrance concealed behind decorative panel. Location undocumented during official orientation but immediately apparent to Naruto's enhanced senses. He approached without activating standard entry notification, maintaining operational security regarding unofficial contact. That was faster than expected, Shinoa commented with sardonic amusement as panel opened. Either our approach wasn't nearly as stealthy as we thought, or your sensory capabilities exceed even my brother's intelligence assessment. She entered with casual confidence despite the irregular access method, Yoichi. Following with more obvious nervousness. Unlike their field uniforms during previous encounter, both wore standard base attire without rank insignia or specialized equipment, deliberate anonymity suggesting unauthorized movement. Both, probably, Naruto acknowledged, securing the panel behind them. Though your knowledge of surveillance blind spots is impressive, not your first time navigating unofficial routes. When your family runs military intelligence, you either learn counter-surveillance early or suffer continuous monitoring, Shinoa replied with practiced lightness that didn't completely mask genuine caution. Official channels seemed inadvisable for this particular conversation. Yoichi remained near the entrance, positioning suggesting lookout role rather than direct participation. His nervousness appeared genuine though controlled, clearly uncomfortable with protocol violation yet committed to whatever objective had brought them through unofficial channels. I noticed why. Our squad's conspicuous absence from official proceedings, Naruto observed, offering seating while maintaining conversational neutrality. Major Sengu provided impressively uninformative explanation regarding your current status. Aoi excels at saying nothing with perfect procedural correctness, Shinoa confirmed with knowing smile. My squad's specialized deployment involves convenient dista. NCE from headquarters while my brother evaluates your capabilities without familial complications. The casual revelation contained significant political information, Kurto deliberately separating Shish Anoa from current proceedings despite her direct experience with Naruto's capabilities. Factional positioning rather than simple operational requirements, suggesting internal complications beyond standard hierarchical functioning. Familial complications being my inconvenient tendency to form independent assessments rather than automatically supporting established narrative, Shinoa answered. With practiced carelessness that barely concealed genuine frustration, particularly regarding research priorities that might benefit soldiers rather than strategic objectives. The distinction highlighted internal faction divisions beyond simple organizational hierarchy. Kurto apparently prioritized strategic applications over individual soldier welfare in resource allocation. Policy position Shish Anoa clearly opposed despite familial connection. Your healing demonstration created quite the discussion in medical division, she continued, dropping casual demeanor for more direct approach. Successful treatment of neurotoxin cases represents significant breakthrough beyond standard cursed gear limitations. Particularly interesting given similar corruption patterns to what we've observed in other contexts. The oblique reference suggested additional information beyond standard briefing parameters. Naruto maintained neutral expression while encouraging elaboration through attentive silence. Yoichi, status check, Shinoa requested, glancing toward her companion. Clear for approximately 12 minutes based on rotation patterns, he reported quietly, maintaining vigilant observatio. N through specialized viewing device concealed in what appeared to be standard communication equipment. Automated systems following predicted cycles without manual override indicators. With security confirmation established, Shinoa leaned forward with increased intensity. Your purification research with the vampires, it focuses on corruption patterns within their blood, correct? Specifically dressing parasitic elements while maintaining beneficial components. That's accurate, Naruto confirmed, recognizing the conversation had shifted from casual information exchange to something more significant. Though I'm curious how you've obtained such specific research parameters given classification protocols. Let's just say information compartmentalization works better in theory than PR. Actus when research objectives overlap with existing projects, Shinoa replied cryptically. Particularly when certain individuals maintain connections across factional boundaries for personal objectives beyond official authorization. The implication suggested information pipeline beyond standard intelligence networks, potentially connecting to Farad's operations mentioned by Krul during previous discussions. Complex web of unofficial information exchange operating beneath formal organizational structures. The corruption patterns you're addressing in Vampire Blood, Shinoa continued with focused intensity. They share fundamental similarities with cursed gear corruption effects in human subjects, don't they? Different manifestation but similar underlying structure. The observation demonstrated impressive analytical insight, connecting separate corruption patterns through fundamental structural similarities rather than surface manifestations. Naruto reassessed Shinoa's capabilities. Beyond initial impression, strategic intelligence operating behind casual demeanor rather than merely tactical competence. Yes, he confirmed, recognizing significant information exchange had begun. Both represent parasitic corruption operating through similar mechanisms despite different host environments and manifestation characteristics. The purification techniques addressing vampire blood old potentially apply to cursed gear corruption with appropriate modifications. I knew it, Shinoa murmured, satisfaction momentarily overcoming cautious demeanor. The connection seemed obvious given manifestation similarities. But official research protocols maintain artificial separation between vampire biology studies and cursed gear side effect mitigation. Deliberate separation, Naruto inquired, detecting political implications beyond simple research categorization. Strategic decision rather than scientific methodology, Shinoa confirmed with knowing smile. Certain research objectives require maintained separation to avoid uncomfortable questions regarding fundamental similarities between supposedly distinct phenomena. The cryptic statement suggested deeper connections between vampire biology and cursed gear than officially acknowledged, potentially controversial relationships requiring deliberate information compartmentalization to maintain established narratives. 10 minutes, Yoichi reported quietly, maintaining surveillance while the conversation progressed. Shinoa acknowledged the update with slight nod before returning to focused discussion. Your healing demonstration proved something significant beyond simple medical application. The successful neurotoxin neutralization demonstrated corruption reversal without collateral damage, precisely what current cursed gear management protocols cannot achieve. The techniques operate differently, Naruto explained, recognizing genuine information exchange had superseded political positioning. Chakra Harmo. Niza's natural energy flows rather than forcing compatibility between opposed elements. The approach addresses fundamental corruption characteristics rather than merely suppressing manifestation symptoms. Exactly, Shinoa agreed with unusual seriousness. Which makes your capabilities uniquely valuable regarding certain research objectives officially deemed peripheral, despite significant soldier welfare implications. The distinction highlighted internal priority conflicts beyond simple resource allocation. Certain research directions apparently faced deliberate limitation despite potential benefits, political decision rather than scientific assessment or resource constraint. I assume these peripheral research objectives connect to cursed gear corruption management. Naruto surmised, connecting contextual implications. Among other things, Shinoa confirmed cryptically. Prolonged cursed gear utilization produces progressive corruption requiring increasingly aggressive management protocols. Current methodologies focus on containment rather than reversal, maintaining operational capability while accepting inevitable degradation parameters. The clinical description couldn't completely mask personal concern underlying professional assessment. This represented more than abstract research interest, something directly relevant to Shinoa and her squad members as cursed gear wielders themselves. 8 minutes, Yoichi updated, his quiet voice carrying subtle tension despite controlled demeanor. The point being, Shinoa continued with renewed focus, your techniques on straight potential approach fundamentally different from current methodologies. Rather than managing inevitable corruption progression, they suggest possible reversal pathway addressing underlying structures rather than surface manifestations. Potential pathway requiring significant adaptation from vampire blood applications, Naruto cautioned, providing realistic assessment despite recognizing the obvious hope underlying her analysis. Cursed gear corruption operates through demonic contracts rather than biological infection, different mechanism requiring specialized approach. But following similar fundamental principles, Shinoa countered immediately. Both represent parasitic relationships between host systems and external corruption elements. The manifestation differs while underlying dynamics maintain parallel structures. The assessment demonstrated genuine insight beyond simple hopeful projection. Shinoa clearly understood both corruption systems at fundamental level rather than merely surface characteristics, suggesting specialized knowledge beyond standard officer training. You're not just speculating based on observed similarities, Naruto realized, studying her with renewed attention. You have specific information regarding both corruption patterns and their relationship. Shinoa's expression revealed momentary calculation before deciding on direct approach. The Hiragi family maintains certain historical records regarding both vampire origins and cursed gear development. Information compartmentalized even within highest leadership levels due to potentially allied destabilizing implications regarding established doctrinal positions. 6 minutes, Yoichi reported with increasing tension. Rotation pattern showing minor variation from predicted sequence. Potential manual override initialization in peripheral systems. The update created visible concern in Shinoa's expression despite maintained conversational continuity. Time constraints clearly press. Urged information exchange beyond comfortable disclosure parameters. The relevant point, she continued with increased efficiency, involves fundamental connection between vampire blood corruption and demonic entities utilized in cursed gear development. Both originate from same dimensional disruption event predating current apocalypse, different manifestations of identical corruption source rather than separate phenomena. The revelation carried significant implications regarding both vampire research and cursed gear development. If both represented different expressions of identical corruption source, unified approach addressing fundamental characteristics rather than specific manifestations offered superior methodology compared to current compartmentalized research. Which explains why leadership maintains artificial separation between research divisions, Naruto concluded, connecting political implications. Acknowledging fundamental connection would undermine established narrative. Vase regarding vampire nature and cursed gear necessity. Precisely, Shinoa confirmed with approving nod. Official doctrine positions vampires as inherently corrupt beings while presenting cursed gear as necessary evil, controlled corruption serving greater good. Recognizing both as different expressions of identical phenomenon creates uncomfortable questions regarding fundamental approaches. 4 minutes, Yoichi warned. Genuine concern now evident in his voice. Definite manual override in progress. Surveillance reconfiguration showing intentional pattern rather than standard adjustment. The warning created immediate urgency. Shinoa leaned forward with intensity that discarded previous casual demeanor entirely. Your techniques represent potential breakthrough addressing fundamental corruption rather than merely managing manifestation. With appropriate research focus, they could potentially address both vampire blood parasitism and cursed gear corruption through unified methodology. Research requiring cross-factional cooperation outside established hierarchies, Naruto observed, recognizing the political complications beyond technical challenges. Neither vampire leadership nor human military would officially sanction unified approach given established doctrinal positions. Some questions transcend factional boundaries, Shinoa replied with unexpected seriousness. Particularly when concerning corruption patterns threatening both societies despite different manifestation characteristics. 2 minutes, Yoichi reported urgently. Direct approach vectors activated. Multiple security personnel showing coordinated movement patterns consistent with investigative protocols. The warning shifted conversation from theoretical discussion to immediate practical consideration. Shinoa rose with practiced efficiency, transitioning seamlessly to operational focus without wasted movement. We need to establish communication protocol outside official channels, she stated directly. My squad maintains specialized equipment operating independent from standard networks. Yoichi can provide necessary configuration details. The young archer approached immediately, producing small communication device with distinctive modifications separating it from standard military equipment. This operates through isolated frequency spectrum utilizing specialized encryption protocols. He explained with unexpected technical precision. Connection parameters adjust automatically to avoid detection patterns while maintaining secure transmission capability. 30 seconds. He added with genuine alarm after completing technical explanation. Primary approach vector showing accelerated movement consistent with confirmed target identification. Shinoa moved toward exit panel with practiced urgency. Operational efficiency replacing conversational engagement. We'll establish initial contact through secure channel once deployment parameters permit communication window. Until then, official interactions should maintain standard protocols without reference to specialized research objectives. Understood, Naruto confirmed, accepting the communication device while assessing security response options. Though your departure timing appears increasingly problematic given approach vectors. Standard complications, Shinoa dismissed with return to casual demeanor despite obvious urgency. Not our first unauthorized transit requiring creative extraction methodology. She activated the service panel while Yoichi prepared what appeared to be specialized countermeasure device designed to disrupt surveillance systems. Their coordinated movements suggested practiced teamwork regarding unauthorized operations, routine procedure rather than improvised response. Remember, Shinoa added as final comment before departure, official research parameters maintain artificial separation for political rather than scientific reasons. Your unique position outside established hierarchies offers potential approach bridging factional limitations toward unified methodology addressing fundamental corruption rather than specific manifestations. With that cryptic guidance, they departed through service corridor, Yoichi activating countermeasure device that temporarily disrupted surveillance systems in their departure vector. The timing proved barely adequate as security personnel arrived at diplomatic quarters primary entrance approximately 20 seconds later. Formal notification preceding their arrival despite obvious urgency underlying official protocols. Security verification required. Announced professional voice through communication system. Standard diplomatic protocol implementation regarding unauthorized communication attempts detected within restricted frequency spectrum. Naruto approached primary entrance with calculated casualness, activating entry system while considering appropriate response methodology. The security team entered. With professional efficiency, 4 personnel led by stern-faced officer whose insignia indicated intelligence division rather than standard security forces. Naruto Uzumaki, the officer greeted with formal correctness masking obvious suspicion. I'm Captain Makoto Narumi, Internal Security Division. Our systems detected unauthorized communication attempts originating from this location approximately 4 minutes ago. Standard diplomatic protocols require verification regarding potential security compromises. The approach balanced formal correctness with obvious investigative purpose, edging diplomatic status while implementing security protocols regarding detected irregularities. Naruto maintained relaxed demeanor while considering appropriate response level given operational realities. No security compromises occurred, he assured them truthfully, since the communication device remained inactive pending future contact. Though I was exploring communication system parameters to understand operational limitations regarding potential research coordination requirements, the explanation offered plausible justification for detected activities without direct falsehood. Exploring system parameters could legitimately trigger security notifications while avoiding specific reference to unauthorized visitors. Captain Narumi studied him with professional assessment, clearly weighing explanation against detection parameters and response requirements. Unauthorized system exploration represents potential security concern regardless of specific intent, he noted with formal correctness that didn't quite mask obvious skepticism. Standard protocols require comprehensive verification regarding all communication activities within diplomatic quarters. The investigation proceeded with professional thoroughness, security personnel conducting systematic examination of all communication systems while maintaining appropriate diplomatic protocols despite obvious suspicion. Naruto cooperated fully with inspection requirements, providing accurate information regarding system exploration while carefully avoiding specific reference to Shinoa's visit. No evidence of external communication completion detected, reported technical specialist after thorough examination. System access attempts registered without successful connection establishment based on diagnostic parameters. The assessment created visible frustration in Captain Narumi's expression despite maintained professional demeanor. Without concrete evidence of successful unauthorized communication, protocol limitations restricted further investigation despite obvious suspicion regarding actual activities. Future system exploration should utilize authorized channels through assigned liaison personnel. He instructed with formal correctness covering obvious dissatisfaction. Major Sengu remains available for all coordination requirements regarding communication parameters and research implementation. Of course, Naruto agreed with appropriate diplomatic politeness. Unauthorized exploration represented simple familiarization attempt rather than deliberate protocol violation. Future activities will follow established procedures through appropriate channels. With investigation conclusion limited by diplomatic protocols and evidence limitations, the security team departed, obvious suspicion remaining despite procedural completion. Captain Narumi particularly maintained extended eye contact during departure, professional assessment continuing beyond formal investigation parameters. Once alone, Naruto conducted thorough quarters examination, locating and cataloging all surveillance systems while identifying potential countermeasure approaches for future necessity. The security response had demonstrated both extensive monitoring capabilities and procedural limitations regarding diplomatic status, useful information regarding operational parameters within human military structure. The specialized communication device remained securely concealed during investigation, his shadow clone technique having established temporary storage location beyond standard search parameters during initial security team arrival. Now retrieved, the equipment presented interesting technical characteristics, specialized modification separating it from standard military systems while incorporating unique encryption methodology. More significant than technical aspects, however, were Shinoa's revelations regarding fundamental connections between vampire blood corruption and cursed gear entities. If accurate, this information suggested unified approach possibility addressing corruption patterns across factional boundaries, potential methodology transcending established separation between vampire and human research objectives. The political implications extended beyond simple technical considerations. Both societies maintained power structures partially dependent on established narratives regarding corruption nature and management methodologies. Unified approach acknowledging fundamental connections threatened these power structures by questioning basic assumptions underlying factional separation and conflict justification. Naruto considered these implications while preparing for evening meditation. The day's observations had provided significant insight regarding human military structure and internal political dynamics, complex factional interests operating beneath unified organizational presentation. Shinoa clearly represented internal perspective different from official leadership position, suggesting political dimensions beyond simple hierarchical function. As facility activities transitioned toward night cycle operations, Naruto extended sensory awareness throughout surrounding areas, mapping personnel movements and energy signatures while establishing comprehensive situational awareness. The installation maintained continuous activity despite time period, though in sections demonstrated reduced staffing consistent with shift rotation protocols. Among various signatures, one pattern particularly caught his attention: distinctive energy configuration moving Our research wing with purpose different from surrounding personnel. The signature projected controlled intensity combined with subtle corruption indicators typical of advanced cursed gear integratio. High-ranking officer utilizing specialized equipment beyond standard military issue. Focusing enhanced sensory capabilities on this signature, Naruto identified Lieutenant Colonel Gurren moving through restricted research areas with authorization parameters exceeding standard command access. Her movement pattern suggested specific objective rather than general inspection, directed purpose toward particular research section separated from main facility areas. Following this signature through enhanced awareness revealed concerning destination, specialized containment facility located beneath standard research levels. Isolated through multiple security systems and energy barriers designed for supernatural containment rather than merely physical restriction. The facility radiated distinctive energy signature combining human, vampire, and something else entirely, power configuration exceeding standard classification parameters. Within this facility, multiple signatures registered through Naruto's enhanced senses, experimental subjects with energy patterns suggesting fundamental alteration beyond standard human or vampire parameters. The signatures projected disturbing combination characteristics, human base structure overlaid with supernatural modifications reminiscent of Ashura's condition observed in Sanguinum's restricted section. Seraph experimentation, the human military conduct. Research parallel to Krul's activities regarding supernatural transformation. The subjects registered as primarily adolescent based on signature characteristics, suggesting continued experimentation on using children as research subjects rather than adult volunteers or alternative methodologies. Gurren's signature projected complex emotional patterns as she moved through this facility, controlled professional assessment overlaid with emotional distress indicators suggesting internal conflict regarding observed activities. Not simple scientific detachment or military necessity acceptance, but genuine ethical discomfort maintained beneath professional exterior. The observation provided significant insight regarding both research objectives and internal political complications. Human Militar. Y clearly conducted parallel experimentation regarding supernatural transformation. Programs matching vampire research despite official doctrinal positions presenting fundamental separation between factional methodologies. More importantly, Guerin's emotional response suggested internal divisions regarding these programs, operational necessity balanced against ethical concerns rather than simple acceptance of military objectives. Potential alliance opportunity beyond official hierarchical structures, similar to Shinoa's unofficial communication attempt earlier. As meditation deepened, Naruto integrated these observations into comprehensive situational assessment. Both vampire and human societies maintained external narratives conflicting with internal realities, presented opposition masking. Fundamental similarities regarding research objectives and methodological approaches. Corruption patterns extended beyond simple factional definitions, affecting both societies through different manifestations of identical fundamental phenomenon. This understanding suggested approach beyond simple factional alignment, potential methodology addressing fundamental corruption patterns across artifici. Boundaries maintained for political rather than scientific reasons. Neither vampire leadership nor human military would officially sanction such unified approach given established power structures dependent on maintained separation. Yet unofficial cooperation possibilities existed through individuals recognizing limitations of current methodologies. The path forward clarified through meditatio. Neither simple alignment with either faction nor naive neutrality ignoring political realities, but strategic cooperation with individuals recognizing fundamental connections beyond official narratives. Krul's personal motivation regarding Ashura, Shinoa's concern regarding cursed gear corruption, Guerin's ethical discomfort regarding human experimentation, potential alliance points addressing corruption through unified methodology rather than compartmentalized approaches serving established power structures. As Facility Night cycle progressed, Naruto sensed additional movement patterns. Sting continued observation beyond standard security protocols. His quarters remained under enhanced surveillance, multiple systems monitoring activities despite diplomatic status limitations regarding direct intervention. Expected operational parameters given his unique position and demonstrated capabilities, though the intensity suggested specific interest beyond standard security concerns. Among monitoring signatures, one pattern registered with distinctive characteristics, energy configuration suggesting advanced cursed gear integration combined with specialized monitoring equipment. The C.G. nature maintained position outside diplomatic wing perimeter, utilizing enhanced sensory capabilities rather than direct surveillance systems to monitor activities within restricted areas. Focusing enhanced awareness on this signature, Naruto identified Captain Narumi conducting specialized observation beyond standard security protocols, unofficial monitoring suggesting personal initiative rather than simple procedural implementation. The captain's emotional patterns projected professional suspicion balanced with genuine curiosity, assessment continuing beyond official investigation parameters completed earlier. Interesting development suggesting additional complexity beyond simple organizational function. Captain Narumi clearly suspected unauthorized activities despite investigation limitations, yet pursued continued assessment through personal initiative rather than official channels, suggesting independent operation methodology beyond standard hierarchical function. The observation added another potential factor to evolving situational assessment, intelligence division potentially operating with greater independence than simple organizational position would suggest. Captain Narumi's activities indicated operational flexibility beyond standard protocols, suggesting potential information channels separate from official reporting structures. As midnight approached by facility chronology, facility activities reduced to minimal operational levels, standard night cycle protocols implementing resource conservation while maintaining essential functions. Naruto's enhanced senses detected subtle shift in surveillance patterns, automated systems replacing direct monitoring as personnel transitioned to reduced staffing configurations. This operational shift created potential OPPO-RT unity regarding specialized research areas identified during earlier observation. With reduced monitoring parameters and established diplomatic status limiting direct surveillance, focused investigation became possible without triggering immediate security response, potential intelligence gathering regarding human experimentation parallel to vampire research activities. The ethical considerations regarding such investigation proved complex. Unauthorized access violating diplomatic protocols balanced against legitimate concern regarding apparent experimentation using children as research subjects. The observed signatures suggested concerning methodology beyond standard research parameters, indicating potential exploitation requiring immediate assessment rather than diplomatic deferral. After careful consideration, Naruto decided on limited investigation utilizing specialized clone technique designed for reconnaissance operations. The approach balanced information requirements against diplomatic considerations, maintaining primary presence within assigned quarters while deploying specialized observation unit with minimal detection profile. Shadow clone technique. Reconnaissance configuration, he whispered. Forming specialized hand signs while channeling precisely controlled chakra. Unlike standard shadow clones, this variant incorporated specialized stealth capabilities, Regic. Energy signature combined with enhanced sensory functionality optimized for covert observation rather than combat application. The clone materialized with minimal energy disruption, its chakra sig. Nature carefully modulated to avoid detection by standard monitoring systems. With silent coordination, it departed through service access identified during earlier quarters examination, utilizing movement pattern designed to exploit surveillance blind spots while maintaining minimal energy projection. While the clone conducted specialized reconnaissance, Naruto maintained meditative state within assigned quarters, both to provide convincing activity pattern for automated surveillance and to maintain chakra connection with deployed clone for real-time information processing. The technique allowed simultaneous activities while minimizing detection probability through energy signature management. The reconnaissance clone navigated facility structures with practiced efficiency, utilizing architectural features to avoid detection while maintaining steady progress toward identified research facility. Enhanced senses mapped personnel locations throughout transit route, adjusting movement patterns to maintain separation from potential observation while proceeding through multiple security levels. Reaching the specialized containment facility required navigation through 5 distinct secure ITY layers, each incorporating both conventional systems and supernatural containment elements designed specifically for cursed gear detection. The clone utilized specialized chakra modulation to minimize energy signature while exploiting system architecture vulnerabilities identified through enhanced sensory mapping. Within the facility itself, the clone discovered disturbing confirmation of wire observations, multiple containment chambers housing adolescent subjects exhibiting supernatural modification characteristics beyond standard human parameters. The subjects displayed physical alterations combining human baseline with distinctive transformational elements, partial manifestations suggesting incomplete implementation of supernatural modification protocols. Research documentation accessible through unsecured terminals provided additional concerning information. Experimental protocols utilizing components derived from vampire blood combined with demonic essence extracted from specialized cursed gear variants. The methodology appeared designed to induce controlled transformation similar to Seraph characteristics observed in Ashura's condition, though with significant variations. Regarding implementation approach and stability parameters, most disturbing, however, was subject selection methodology. The documentation indicated deliberate utilization of orphan children from apocalypse aftermath. Categorized through genetic screening protocols identifying specific compatibility markers with supernatural components. The selection prioritized subjects without familial connections to minimize political complications regarding experimental protocols with significant failure rates and concerning side effects. The ethical implications proved immediately concerning. Systematic experimentation on vulnerable population selected specifically for exploitation potential rather than medical necessity or voluntary participation. The methodology reflected utilitarian calculation, prioritizing research objectives above individual welfare, justified through military necessity rather than humanitarian considerations. As the clone continued investigation, it detected approaching signature with distinctive characteristics. Lieutenant Colonel Gurin returning to facility through standard access protocols rather than covert methodology. Her arrival necessitated immediate extraction to avoid detection. The clone utilizing alternative exit route identified during initial facility mapping while preserving gathered intelligence for primary consciousness integration. The clone dispersed upon reaching secure position, transferring gathered information directly to Naruto's consciousness through specialized technique connection. The integrated intelligence created immediate ethical concern regarding human military research objectives, parallel experimentation matching vampire methodologies despite official doctrinal positions presenting fundamental separation between factional approaches. More significantly, the research directly contradicted statements made during official briefings, Naruto specifically having portrayed human military as opposing supernatural experimentation rather than conducting parallel programs with methodology matching vampire approaches. The deliberate misrepresentation suggested significant information compartmentalization beyond standard security protocols, potentially indicating internal divisions regarding research objectives and implementation methodologies. This revelation added critical dimension to evolving situational assessment, societies conducting parallel experimentation despite presented opposition, utilizing similar methodologies while maintaining artificial separation through political positioning rather than genuine methodological differences. The fundamental corruption patterns affected both factions through different manifestations of identical phenomenon, yet political structures depended on maintained separation rather than unified approach addressing underlying characteristics. As morning cycle approached by facility chronology, Naruto integrated these observations into comprehensive strategic assessment. The path forward required careful navigation through political complexities beyond simple factional alignment, identifying potential cooperation points with individuals recognizing fundamental limitations of current approaches while maintaining sufficient independence to pursue alternative methodologies outside established hierarchical constraints. Krul's personal motivation regarding Ashura, Shinoa's concern regarding cursed gear corruption, Guren's evident ethical discomfort regarding human experimentation, potential alliance points addressing corruption through unified methodology rather than compartmentalized approaches serving established power structures. The approach required careful political navigation beyond simple technical considerations, yet offered potential pathway addressing fundamental corruption patterns across artificial factional boundaries. With this understanding, Naruto prepared for scheduled activities with renewed strategic clarity. The official research integration would proceed according to established protocols, providing legitimate knowledge exchange regarding healing techniques while establishing necessary relationships for potential unofficial cooperation beyond hierarchical limitations. Meanwhile, careful information gathering would continue regarding both factional approaches, building comprehensive understanding necessary for unified methodology addressing fundamental corruption patterns rather than specific manifestations. The diplomatic shadows concealed both dangers and opportunities beyond simple factional positioning, complex political landscape requiring careful navigation toward genuine healing rather than merely serving established power structures perpetuating artificial divisions. Within these shadows, potential pathway addressing corruption at fundamental level rather than merely managing manifestation symptoms through compartmentalized approaches serving political rather than humanitarian objectives. Chapter 4 End. The End. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.